Good morning. All right, who got in here? All right, who got David? Nice to see you, David. Got a couple neat rolls in today for simply helping another person out with some coin issues. Yeah, nice seeing you. I've had a couple streams in the last couple of days, but I know I've been pretty sick, and that normally doesn't stop me unless I'm coughing and hacking, and that's what it was. Still doing it a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. As long as I keep drinking my drink, I should be okay. So what have you been up to, David? We'll see how it goes here. See how many people are up this evening. I know there's a couple people that normally stream. I was surprised to see nobody was streaming. So hopefully I'm not stepping on anybody. No, I won't call it stepping. The other channels have got a bigger following, but I try not to stream when others are streaming. Let me check that right now. Nope. Interesting. Just a second, David. I'll check one thing I should have checked before. How was your Christmas and New Year's? Hope you had a nice one. Yeah, I don't see Cajun on. So that's my main concern, is stepping on his toes. Oh, well then you didn't even know I was gone hardly then. I think right after Thanksgiving was when I went down, but I hope it's been because you've been too busy going through fantastic coins or family visiting or something good. So we got some lurkers in here. Come on, lurkers, just say hi, and then you can stay in the background if you want. Just let me know who's back there so I don't talk about you. It's one thing I'm pretty glad I don't do. I don't really, I'm not one of those people that needs to talk behind people's backs. Normally, if I have a problem with you, I'll tell you point blank. I don't have too many people like that. I was saying the other night that in the 10 years I've been on YouTube, I've only had two people I've had issues with. And it's not like there's aggression and, problems and stuff. We are cordial and say hi, but, that's as far as our conversations normally go with each other's, even though I know both of them do follow my streams um, and watch, and that's fine. Okay, lurkers don't want to come out of their holes. That's okay. I'm a lurker too. Actually a horrible lurker. I normally do not enter chat at all, but I'm just busy with stuff, so I like listening to coin talk and stuff while I'm doing coins. 5 p.m. or 5 Central Time. Okay. Now I know. Not sure if you're aware, but Michael Kittle's having a pretty good sized auction coming up. That'll be pretty cool. In fact, let me grab some information from his channel that I can share with people as they come up. Yeah, he's got like almost 70 coins, I think. Let's see here. I've been out of touch for so long. It was nice to run across a few people right away, and I hadn't talked to Michael Kittle in since before Christmas, and he got a new computer and was having a couple issues, so I actually gave him a phone call, and I think we were on the phone for 2-3 hours fairly easy. Well, I know it was closer to 3, maybe even a little longer. So that was cool. So here's his sheet on the coins he has up for auction. Man, he's got some great stuff. And I shouldn't be sharing with everybody because there's stuff I want, but I couldn't do that to people. Or Michael. Oops. Let's see here. Let's try to get a little better view of these. So it's so funny. Majestic, such a kind person. I've had a lot of fun helping him out. And I did. I spent probably nearly an hour going over his stuff and jotting down a bunch of information for him on the grades of a bunch of coins, and really gave him a detailed list of what I was seeing. So I'm not sure if he was trying to grade the coins personally or just wanted to see if he should send them out. He had a couple nicer older dates in red and for some pennies, and it was a lot of fun. Then he sent me a message that he had sent me a couple rolls, And it's so funny, and sent me some nice rolls. Since you're here, let you peek a little bit. And we'll keep the other one. I'm not gonna reveal what that one is quite yet. You can see it's a small date. We'll leave it at that for now. Oh, come on, camera. This darn camera. I paid so much for it, and it just isn't focusing too well these days. There we go. Not very good focus, but let's see, maybe it's... Oh, there we go. That's better. Oh no, it's not at the same time, is it? I just see because Manic has a pretty good following. Let's see here. Let me get the time of Michael's. Yeah, he's doing his noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. So hopefully that's not when Mantic's doing his. I know he was really concerned because he didn't want it to, and with that many coins, it's going to take him a while. More than a couple hours, I'm sure, but you never know. Sometimes things move quickly. So he has a preview video that he showed quite a bit of stuff, and also showed some on my stream from yesterday. So got 5 people in here. You're the only one that's chatted. Come on, lurkers. At least say hi. Give you a hard time, but I know I do the same thing. So, oh shoot, we've been almost 15 minutes. Okay, well, I will start showing what I got here. Let me open this. Any guesses? Which small date I have? I wonder. Now the coins are a little toned on one side. Well, actually, one side's fairly well toned, but the other side's still showing some good red with a little bit of toning. And now I need to switch my camera around a little bit here. Raise it up just a little bit. Oh, drop back down to 3. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna wait on showing it for a couple. Let's let me open this one and see what we got here. Give me just 1 second, get my other camera up. This is so funny. I have a terrible memory, so I have a big cheat sheet notebook that has all my passwords and my bank accounts and all that stuff. And I had it inside of the camera. Can't believe I wasn't paying at least that much attention. And yeah, last minute I caught it. Pretty funny. If I did that, revealed my information, which revealing my name is a little frustrating because I've done pretty good to keep that private, but it would be really heartbreaking to release sensitive, serious info on bank accounts and that kind of thing. But I wouldn't put it past myself because, well, it seems like these days I've been making a lot of pretty silly mistakes. And my grandkids have been catching me on stuff. Okay, let's push this. 1803, large set. Oh, wait a minute. Is it a large set? 1 cent. It's got a couple little issues, but it's got some great details. And I forget which one this is because they have the different stems, and I think the large and small date or some other type of, I think there's like 5 different 1803s. Alrighty. Move that out of the way. Put in safe place. Well, I guess I'll show you since there's only 3 people in here. Oh, now I gotta go back to the other camera. My silly games. Here we go. Almost. Hopefully I didn't just scratch it. 1960D. Small day. Very nice roll. Thank you very much, Majestic. I'll be doing a little appreciation video or something. Get a little more personal thank you. Uh-oh, now we're up to 4. All right. So I think I'll leave this one for people to peek at and go back to my other camera. Oops. Okay, 1 minute while I open the roll. It really looks like a pretty nice roll. I was talking to Majestic. He found out that I collect the nickel rolls too. And he said he does as well. And asked if there was any date that I would like. So I teased and said, yeah, I'll take a couple rolls of 67 with some full steps. And he said, hey, I've got a couple rolls of 67s I can send you. Which is just ridiculous because if you know the date, 67 is the 1 year that PCGS does not list any full step options for. There's no tab so you can see how many there are because there are none. Majestic also said they were in really great shape, and I don't know, he might have just been teasing me, knowing that those were a rare date. But he said he was sending them, so we'll see how it goes. I didn't think he was sending me these ones, but so this is the Ender. Looks to be in really nice condition, just a couple issues. Oops. Hold on just 1 minute, David. I need to go grab a pointer, and I'll be right back. 1 second. Alrighty. Okay, let's see here. So see a couple marks through here. Saw one in the field there on the end. Another at the top of the right wheat stalk. That one looks pretty nice. Change my lighting a little bit. Okay, looks like a little bit of an issue right there as well. Kind of a rubbed, or I forget what they call that, glazing or pretty nice. Oops, see another one on end. A little bit here on one. A little bit on the outside of the left stalk. A little bit below the M. So a couple minor scratches, but for the ender, that's a real good sign. And let me see, that might be some dust and crap. Well, not crap. Alrighty. And David, would you like to come up so we can just chat? All right, so we've got some obvious spots. Above the T, behind me to the back. A couple on, a little bit on his chin, which is kind of an odd look. It looks like somebody enhanced his beard. A little bit right there. Got the little scratch right here. But all kind of minor stuff. Pretty good looking for the Ender coin. Just let me know if you want to come up here, David. Spiked head die crack. Nice to see that. All right, now I lost the whole world. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. All right. 1 second. Let me get back under my covers. All right. So since you just came in, let me go back to the other camera for a second, and then we'll come back to this one. So here's the other roll. It's only marked small date, but 1860D small date. Now, I haven't verified that they're small dates, but Majestic seems to know his coins rather well, so I really don't doubt him at all. Okay, let me switch back to the other camera. All right, David, that's fine. You know you're always welcomed. David was one of the, well, I can't say first in my stream, but he was certainly part of the first in my first streams. All right, a little more issues, so we won't go over this one. But that Ender coin really tells you a lot. When a coin on the end ends up that nice, normally my rolls, with my experience, those are the rolls I find my 67s in. So now it looks like I'm touching the coin, but I'm actually just touching the rim. That's a nice one. Let me get my lips ready here. That sounds like candy. I think I'll put the Ender in one. So how you doing, Spiked Head Die Crack? So I have a nice bag started of all my spiked heads because I actually have a couple rolls that are almost solid with the spiked heads. A coin that's fairly easy, stands out fairly good and gives you a good reason to put them aside. Hopefully Majestic, of course I don't really know Majestic's hours, but hopefully he'll be up here in a little bit. I'm probably only going to do a few coins just to get an idea for them and then wait till Majestic's actually on the stream to go through the small date one or the majority. That one's got something odd going on. You guys see it? Oops, already lost my first pointer. So what I'm seeing is from here all the way up to about here, some kind of shadow line or tone line. Could be a bunch of things. Let's see what the reverse looks like. Couple issues, not quite as nice as the Ender. Oh yeah, when I first started streaming, because I didn't stream until about October, I think was the first time I streamed, but I got hooked, and I did it right when the one that everybody was using, the software program that everybody was using to stream, I got to use it twice, and then they shut down and stopped using it, or eBay stopped allowing it. I forget what the case was. But so then I luckily found StreamYards and ended up paying for it because it's a great program. And for about 35 or 40 days, I streamed for 8 to 12 hours every single night. It was kind of fun. And then I was off for about the same amount of days. Couple issues. Let me grab a tube so I can start putting these in a tube. Alrighty. In fact, I think just a minute, guys, I'll give you something to look at. See if you can see my clash on that one. Alrighty. Let me put that pin away. So that's a really nice coin with an amazing, really visible clash. Oops. And what we got? An 1892 Barber dime. It's in really nice condition. I forget what grade I had decided it was, but it's certainly a MS grade coin. Yeah, and I'll go back to that. So here's the coin upright, but it's easier to turn these upside down because then that way it's a more recognizable head. And yes, by the E there's the nose, there's the lips. And then as you start looking, you see where the neck break lines are. Here's the other side of the neck. The back of the head, you can see just little spots here and there. See a little bit up here. So yeah, there's the front of the head. It's a great clash. It's not shown quite as good as it normally does, but that helped. Pretty cool. All right, let's pull one of the coins from the other roll. Another tube. So hopefully I'll need airtights. Then I'm not going to decipher whether it's a small date, large date. I was going to wait for Majestic to go that far with it. You guys are more than welcome to give your opinions. So this is a really nice OBW roll, original bank wrapped. Really tight crimping. Almost finished. So one thing my fingers are meant for is I've done so many of these crimped rolls, the shotgun style rolls, that yeah, I'm able to pull them out fairly easy. I need to go a little bit further here with this one. So normally I keep these rolls nice and tight and keep the coins in them as long as possible, but for a better date, I like to get them protected right away, or at least what I consider protected right away. And I'll take a non-important penny and put on the top of the roll. Dump the roll into my hand carefully. Try not to touch much. Oh yeah, this is a beautiful roll. Jeez, Majestic. Wow, this is going to be fun, guys. This is a absolutely beautiful roll. Now the Ender coins are normally exactly what they are, nice and toned. But that's okay as long as you're able to get past like the 2 or 3 coins in the end. Normally the rolls turn really nice, and I think you guys are going to be shocked because this roll is pristine. Looks like it may be near flawless, which would be really nice. Definitely have to get some graded if that's the case, and send a couple off to Majestic. Okay, let's see a little bit of material. Let me see if my little air gun will get rid of that. Yeah. Wow, nice coin. Exactly what you want to see on a better date roll. Change these lights just a little bit. Pretty nice. I'm not going to decipher that one because we're just going to go to the next one. Oh, take it easy, Spiked Head. Wow. This roll is amazing. Let's see it. Here's the second Ender coin. That looks a little dark here, but it's got some fairly good red to it. There we go. Well, from the way I do these rolls, I do believe he's correct in the small date, but I definitely need to be a little more diligent with it. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, and I should be, the easier way to tell these ones is right there on the 9, that last loop that the 9 does. Normally, on large dates, it points right at the mint mark. But if it's a small date, it points right back at the center of the 6, or darn near the center. And that one appears to be pointing pretty much at that center area of the 6. So very cool. Very nice. And maybe I'll try to show this on the other camera as well so you can see color a little better, because this one doesn't do color too good. It does look like there's a couple dark spots, but keep in mind this is number 2 coin next to the Ender, so here's number 3. Whoops. Uh-oh, hopefully that cough's not a sign of things to come. Pretty good looking. Couple little issues. So 9 looks like it's doing the same. That's the one thing I've noticed is
And a lot of the rolls that were supposed to be small dates, the first couple coins were small dates, but then as you got past the second or third end coin, they turned into the large date, which is really frustrating because I had about 15 rolls that were marked small date, including the 60 Phillies. It was just really disappointing to think I had a bunch of these rolls when I did not. Hey, up to 8 people, and still just David Carlisle chatting. Thanks, David. I'm going to check something real quick here. Yeah, all right. Wow, is my, oh, okay. I was going to say, boy, my lag can't be that bad, but I was seeing my Barber Dime, but I somehow clicked into the middle of the video or the end of the video. Thank you, David. All right. I'm going to show the next one on the other camera, and then we'll come back to the microscope. So hopefully I have found another camera for myself that's a special studio styled for close-ups. It's fairly expensive, almost $1,000. But if it does what I think it's going to do for me, it will be nice to have. Alrighty. Let's see how this works. Wow, look at that. That's a good sign. Holy cow, Majestic. What did you send me? And I know you can see a little bit of clouding, but these look really nice and bright to me under this light. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that one. There we go. Just a mark there on the back of the jawline. Yeah, I'm shaky just a minute. I think that's just excitement. Not shaking too bad physically. Oh, there we go. Wow. Dang, Majestic, what a beautiful roll. Oops, come on, camera. Let's see what that reverse looks like on that one. Being very careful. And I'll take a second and look these up and give some values. Wow, I see the little mark on the steps, but that's all I see. So you want to rotate the coins quite a bit to make the flaws pop. That's the easiest way. Of course, I'm not doing too good a job with this big old whiteboard that I have. It's actually a mat for photography. You can buy them in bulks. You can get them 4x6, 5x7, 8x10s, and they're fairly cheap. It's like $7 to $12 for a group of 20 to 25. And they're nice thick cardboard, so it's what I use to go through my pennies, my BU pennies. And of course, even the BU pennies have a lot of dirt on them sometimes. So it's nice to be able to switch them out when you start seeing a little bit of dirt. Wow, that looks great. Looks like Majestic sent me gradable coins for high grade, which would be really fun for the small day. So give me 1 second. I'll put it on the microscope and I'll look it up. And I like using gray sheets for my pricing, but I always compare PCGS and eBay's prices as well normally. I'm not going to go quite that far with this one, but wow, that is a nice coin. And again, you see my finger going quite a ways over that rim, but I'm actually, my finger's flat on that surface and pushing in until I hit the coin, so I only touched the rim. Wow, the fields are so perfect. And this is only the third coin in. No, fourth coin. That was the fourth coin in on the roll. Holy cow, Majestic. Beer Can Burr, sorry I didn't see you come in. Nope. Oh boy, I didn't even know about the avalanche. Where was it? Scary. I have been in, as a young man, we did a lot of four-wheeling in the snow and in the Sierras, Tahoe National Forest area, and even into Utah and some of the big runs, but holy cow, that's pretty scary. No, the worst part is getting buried alive, of course, but the sound, oh my gosh, it's so scary. And I was quite a ways away, so oh crap. Wow. So my daughter lives really close to that area. I'm surprised she didn't. Let me, just a minute, guys. Need to check my phone. Make sure I didn't get a message. Because normally she would have messaged me. Man, that's scary. Oh, nope. She definitely worked today. I do remember seeing that message. So she's a school teacher, and had a bunch of the teachers call in sick, so she was totally engulfed in work. So, all right. Nope, no message. All right. Well, thank you for making me aware. Those are areas that I have four-wheeled. Tahoe National Forest, oh my gosh. Unfortunately, I have some horrible history there. I spent 19 days searching for a young mother that was family. Well, friend, but more family than friend. And she had a little 3-year-old daughter who we babysat back and forth with each other's girls. And did a lot of four-wheeling with her. In fact, she set up her little Toyota truck to do Moab and Rubicon. She did Rubicon many times by herself and did a fantastic job. And she got murdered, and it took us 19 days to find her. So Tahoe National Forest has some really bad energy for me. And unfortunately, her brother, who was there when it happened, but a bunch of them had gotten nickied at the bar.
So he was unconscious and didn't wake up till late morning to find out that his sister had been missing all night, and oh god, it was horrible, and had a horrible ending. So change subjects here. Man, that coin looks fantastic. So I'm not going to go any further into the roll. Sorry, guys. We're going to stop right there. Let me get the coins back in order. That's something that's really important, is that you keep the coins in the order that you pulled them out, because the toning is represented on each side of those coins. Oh, that's so cool. 1960D small date. All right, let me give you something to look at. Oh, there it is. So I'm going to pop to about the fourth or fifth coin from the end. I'll put it up on the scope. Almost perfect fields. All right, give me just a second here. I need to go grab a marker so I can mark these rolls. Wow, I'm so excited to go through that small date. And then we'll check the value, selling price, and that bit. Alrighty. So I'll show you how I'm going to mark this one. I have a special way of doing it on these tubes. Let's see here. Wow, I'm so excited for this roll. And oh crap, I got a big trade I'm going to have to figure out for Majestic now. No wonder he was so anxious for me to see this roll. Now I feel bad that I didn't wait for him, but only went 4 coins in, so that's okay. I truly don't believe he would expect me to wait for him. That was never mentioned. I'm going to just go ahead and mark it small date until I can confirm. Wow, what a great roll. Okay. Let me switch the cameras. Oh, down to 4 people. We're losing people. Johnny Ray, how you doing? Okay. So what I have run into here, Johnny Ray, is a
1960D small date roll that Majestic sent me. And the last coin we just looked at is definitely a 66. Red. Beautiful coin. Fourth from the end. So here's how I'm going to mark the top. Let me move my camera back a little more. So 60D. I know my days are pretty weak. It's kind of hard to write with those on the lids. Marked it small date. Majestic. And this will stand out because of the black points in the end. So I keep these in the high grade ones up in a drawer that you guys have seen. Have a couple hundred rolls in. And I mark it with the red to let me know that it's a roll that either has MS67 coins I've seen, or the possibility is extremely high. And normally it needs to be about half the roll that's clean for me to mark it that way. But in this case, that fourth coin being that clean, I know this roll is going to be this real special roll to go through. So let me price it out. Oh, he is a great guy. I never asked for anything. He had some questions on some coins he had. So I told him I'd be more than happy. I'm always happy to look at the coins that you guys want me to check out, especially the pennies, but I'll look at anything. And he just wanted my opinion. Didn't ask me to grade them or anything, but I did. I graded them, and they were some early teens, or not teens, but early wheats, and a couple were red. The rest were red-brown. Had a lot of fun going through them. Spent about an hour. I took one coin and told him about 80% of what I was seeing on the coin. And let's see here. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath here. Excited. Had a description that was like a paragraph and a half of the issues with the coin that I had looked at, just to give him an idea of what I was seeing and why the grade was what it was, because he had graded them as well, and about half of them were correct, and the other half was a grade low. One of his reds was red, brown, that kind of thing. And oh wow, this is so exciting. So 60D red. Oh, okay. So and that's what I thought on these ones. This is the 1960. I think that is the real valuable coin. $169 for the MS67. But that's okay, because if I'm remembering correctly, and I'm pretty sure I am, let me get to PCGS for these. Oh no, they're only $225. So it must have been a variety that I was thinking of. Yeah, D over D. And oh, that's right, small over large date. Oh, and I've got a couple of those, and they're awesome. A great coin to have. I think I have 3 of them now in high grade. So just a second, let me go back to the 60D small date. Check that date comparison. Yeah, so it's that. Oh no, I'm wrong. So I have yet to confirm the small date yet, which I wasn't going to do anyway. Got my coins mixed up, I guess, but that's okay. Let's see what we got here. So small over large date, D over D. Let's see what that one is. So a 65 is 180 bucks. And it looks like they come pretty close to getting it. The 66 is 500. Again, about 70% get it. No 67. 66 plus is 1,300 bucks. Nice. Very nice. That's the 1960 D over D, small over large date in red. Regular strike. So, very cool. Very cool. All right. Let me get back to you guys. For wheat cents, 67 plus. I couldn't tell you what date. Believe it was like close to a $2,000 coin. But problem was it was a more common coin. So which is normally the ones that you're going to see getting a 67 plus or an 8. The memorials, I've gotten a few 68s. The earlier years were 88D and 89. Put one up in Phil's first auction. Bella's dad and Michael Kittle ended up buying that one. The other one went to a Hawaiian friend I have, Mr. Sheldon. And Midnight. Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you drop in. I was hoping Majestic was going to catch me. Hopefully he'll catch it soon. Maybe I should send him an email. That would have been a smart thing to do a while back. Yeah, hopefully I can have him join me up on the panel. Doing a lot of capitals. Thanks for the amazing coins. We'll wait for you. Alrighty. Oops, I should have put, darn it. Well, if he comes in, I can just give him a shortcut. So, pretty amazing. Hey, Super Silverman. Nice to see you on here. Majestic has sent me one of these. I haven't confirmed, but boy, the coins are, so even because the prices aren't that different for the 60Ds for small date, large date, but the coins he sent me, oh my gosh. Let me see, maybe I should pull that fourth coin. Let's see what's on the scope. I forget what I left on the scope. The coins are amazing. Very nice. Oh, Nope, I left the 54. So let me go down to the fourth coin here and show you what I saw. It's a beautiful roll. And I was telling people earlier that he had said, "Oh, I didn't know you collected nickel rolls, BU nickel rolls too." I told him that I have about 40 better dates. And so look at those fields. Oh my gosh. And I'll show it again on the bigger camera because that gave a little better view of the red. Put these ones away. It's a great coin. Got a mark on Lincoln's face, but I think that's the only mark that's on it, if I'm remembering correctly. Wow. What a great roll. All right, switch cameras again. Alrighty. Switching back. Yeah, what a beautiful roll set. Rolls. Anyway, I was telling him about the nickels, and he said, "Well, is there a date that you don't have that you'd like, or a favorite date?" I said, "Yeah. Could you please send me 2 rolls of 1967 nickels?" Turn it. Should get shaky here. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Nice luster on the left there. There's a little bit of a fog on the right, but that's nothing major. It's the fourth coin from the end, and the ends were toned. The true end coin was very toned, so this isn't unusual. But the quality of this coin, I mean, that field is clean. Clear. Wow, I gotta stop saying clean. Very clear. Nice coin. Very nice. Look, yeah, you can see the luster right into that little fog. So that's a huge plus. So hopefully there's some D over D's, small over large date. That would be nice to find. I've got a few of them. So midnight, if you'd like to show some coins, let me know. Yeah, great roll. So he sent me 2 rolls. Oh, anyway, so the 67 nickels, I teased and said, send me the full steps. And he says he had a really nice, wasn't sure on the full steps, but thought that it definitely had steps. Let me get this a little closer for you guys. And said he's sending me a couple rolls. Could have been teasing me, but I thought he was teasing me about these rolls, so hard to say. I think it's Majestic is just a super nice guy that likes to share. But I did say I had some more rolls coming. So the 67 nickels, for those that you don't know, they don't even give an option for full steps because nobody's ever come close. PCGS has full steps on nearly every nickel. I'm not going to say every nickel because I'm not positive on all of them. But the 1967 Phillies, no option for full step, no tab, which is pretty cool. So if somebody has something they want to show, let me know. I'll get you up here. Well, I'm not showing any more of these rolls. I want to wait for Majestic to get into any more. I'm excited though. It's going to be really hard to leave this roll alone, but I will. That's the one thing I do pretty good on is leaving the rolls alone. I have some 69 S's, BU rolls. I think I got 4 or 5 of them still that I have slowly taken my time opening and only open them on special occasions like my birthday or Christmas and stuff. And I was going to do one this Christmas. I was going to do one online or, on a stream. But this Christmas didn't work out too good for me. I was pretty sick. Luckily able to spend it with my grandkids, but man, I was coughing and choking. So the other roll is a 1954 S. And the coins on the ends were pretty nice, but nothing like that 60D small date. So I am going to mark this one the same way, only because it was a roll that's given to me by a friend. And I want to be able to not lose it. So marking your rolls this way makes it awful easy if you're being able to see the end of the coin. I buy them in boxes of 100. And when you do that, you get the box as well. And I keep them in those boxes. Alright. So here's my 2 rolls. Oops. There we go. Mark there. Yeah, I have to roll it all the way around because I started at the wrong spot there. Majestics. So that's fantastic. Oh, very exciting. And what he sent me was an original bank wrap roll, small date, still in the wrapper, completely sealed, never been opened, so he had no clue what was in it. Oh, yep, just a second. Nothing like somebody inviting you in and then not putting up the link. There you go. Sure, Silverman. We'll give Midnight a few here to show some stuff, and then I'll get you up as well. Oh, man. How exciting. But anyway, so I've got these 69S rolls that I do and look for that big error. Hey, Midnight.
How's it going?
Going pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. I haven't been down at my coin table. It's been kind of cold down here.
Santa Zeus.
It's not so bad in the summertime, but when you're sitting down here not moving too much looking at coins, it gets a little chilly down here.
Where are you at?
In my basement where all my stuff is.
Oh, yeah. What state are you in?
Illinois.
Oh, nice. Burr.
Yeah. We just had a nice snowstorm, and then it's supposed to get really cold, so.
Now, that's not a password or anything we need to worry about that's taped onto your...
Oh, no.
Okay. It didn't come into focus, but I wanted to make sure before it did.
No.
Yeah,
There's nothing on this thing. The only thing I use it for is for this thing. It's like 10 years old. I actually need to get a new one because I don't think my scope looks too well on. I don't know if it's my scope or the old laptop. So I think I need to get a newer laptop so I can see if the scope actually works better than I think it does.
Well, that's a good brand.
I got these today, though. Let me see if I can turn my camera here for a second. There we go.
I want to get
Silverman.
I was whoa there.
Nice catch.
I been talking to this guy that I met in one of the coin groups I'm in, and he's rather new, and I don't know. He showed something, and then we kind of started talking, and then he private messaged me. And ever since then, we've been kind of talking, and he wanted some penny rolls, or something to search that he couldn't normally get. And he had some silver that he had gotten from his grandfather that he's not really into the silver. So me and him ended up making a deal, and I ended up buying him a roll off eBay. And I know, people are, always cautious about don't buy them or this or that. But surprisingly enough, he found a pretty legitimate seller of a roll. Now, I'm pretty sure the roll was still put together, but from what I've seen of the coins he showed me, he got a lot of really nice old day coins from 1909 to I forget what else, but he got some Indian heads and some other stuff. He was really happy with the roll either way. So he traded me the silver, and then he threw me these guys for a bonus.
Cool. Hey, now, do you have
that was a win.
do you have the YouTube page running in the background there?
No, that's just I just turned my laptop on and it just started to update.
Okay, because we've got a little bit of an echo going on. It's not too bad.
I shut off my YouTube.
Yeah, I already muted you, Silverman, to make sure it wasn't you, but I was pretty sure it was Midnight.
Well, it could probably
I saw
be me,
that.
but all I have is my phone, so I mean that's all it's going.
Huh. Well, it's not very bad. It's just a slight echo.
You want me to leave and try and come back?
Or hit your square button and delete all your backup windows except for this one if you're on your phone. That's what I do.
Yeah, Silverman's really
The
good
square
at
that pops up all of the.
Yes. The phone. I'm not used to doing. I haven't used the phone.
Do that as well because that might speed up things a bit too if I delete everything.
Got some Mercury dimes from them.
Nice. Yeah, I love Mercury dimes.
And then he sent me, this is something you'll kind of appreciate. Dig them out here. I have to pull my camera back for this one. There's a bunch of 2016 and 2019 D
Cool.
OBW rolls. They're all uncirculated.
Very
The cool
nice.
thing about
if
these
you needed
rolls
2000
is he's been finding the double ears in them.
Yeah.
Bro,
Like he has like
the
10 or
2009
15 of them right now, the double ears from the boxes he's got. So he actually sent me,
midnight.
I don't know, there's probably eight 2019 rolls and then 8 2016 rolls.
Very cool.
Oh, 2019 D has a pretty good
So
double
that's
die
just
in
a
it
little
that I
bit.
just need.
But I guess since we're showing some stuff here, not opening any of these, but these are a lot of rolls that I've started to get from Copper Coins.
Very cool.
So these are all unsearched BU, and they're just random years: 63 P, 2009 P, the log year.
Yeah.
Got aluminum wrap rolls in there: 69D, 62D, 64P.
Very cool. But do yourself a favor and get them out of those tubes.
What was that?
Just their tubes. You don't want to keep them in those. Get the white square ones like I showed.
Yeah, I
tons
just
of them.
just haven't been ready to mess with them yet. You know what I mean? I didn't have gloves or anything. Now that I got them, I'm gonna start rearranging them. But I just didn't want to mess with them until I had some of the proper gear. You know what I mean?
Yep, you bet. That's the way to do it. Just
Because then here's more. These are 2017 Ps, 2018. There's my 59 BU roll right there I got from Copper Coins.
very nice.
I think we got more.
I have officially searched every
Again, all circulated or
OBW
OBW 2009 D, the cabin. 63 P uncirculated. 63 D.
62.
And then 2014, 2019, some newer ones.
Very nice.
And then this is probably the best one because these are 1952 right here, BU.
Wow, cool.
Oh, I guess you can't see them.
Again from Copper Coin.
Yeah, this whole thing right here is vacuum sealed and from Copper Coins.
Yep, I
These ones down here, these half tubes are 52s. And a lot of these are
Can you hear me, Rich?
the way you like them, nice and shrunk. So it'll be fun trying to get them out
Was
of
that
the
a yes to me?
package sometime.
Yeah, it was. That's great.
I don't
And I
think
got
Midnight
these.
can hear me.
These are 68S. See if I can get them in the light here.
Midnight, can you hear Silverman talking?
Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear them at all. I'll have to leave and come back. I'll be right back.
All right.
I didn't think so. That's happened a few times.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot lately. I've been watching streams this whole time, even though I was, sick. I just wasn't streaming. But I was still watching all the channels.
Yeah, I do that when
I took
the
that
past month I've been doing that.
Put it back in. So just so you guys know, the new rolls, if you got them in the BU bank wrapped or machine wrapped rolls, I definitely am looking for them.
Poop. I think I might have a few 2019 Ds left that I can shoot your way, my friend. And I'm sure that there's varieties in there because I have pulled out a couple.
Yeah, definitely interested. What's that
I
there?
know most people.
These are roll of 68S.
That's a good roll to go through. Rich has made a few wins out of that one, and I went through my 2 rolls, and they were some winners in there.
I'm just not I'm not completely sure about these ones because I didn't get these from Copper Coins.
Yeah, and that's actually a good wrapper, but it looks in very poor condition. I would be really worried about that one because it looks like moisture has gotten it.
See, I got super lucky because most of the rolls that I ended up picking up were tubes, but they were so like just golden red on the wrist still that I know most of them were just popped rolls that they poured into the tube. So I got lucky on a few and unlucky on a couple as well.
What you got there? Midnight.
It's a mint sealed box of 2 rolls of 2009.
Oh, cool. I love the 2009s. Really cool.
Yeah, actually, I got when I had my last auction at Copper Coins. Jessica, Penny Parent, she hooked me up with one of the double fingered 2009s.
Fantastic.
I watched her stream when
So that's all my rolls. I don't know exactly how many I have, but I'm starting to get a little bit of a collection.
Yeah, very nice.
I've officially ran out. I have no more OBW rolls dashed or saved or to be looked through.
See, honestly, I really have no. A lot of people are bothered when I say this, but I really have no intentions of opening them. Like, I really don't want to hunt them. I want to, in maybe 30 years, hunt them, or, you know what I mean? I just want to hold on to them and sit on them and collect as many as I can.
Right. And that's really good as long as they're preserved correctly. But you wait 30 years when they're not preserved correctly, and you'll open brown rolls. So
yeah, I definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, and doing the airtight seals, that's a really great way. But I wouldn't have any memorials in there when I do that. Wheats need to be with wheats. Memorials can be with memorials. Keep the copper memorials separate from the zincs. Don't want to mix any of those because it'll cause issues. So I don't even do the different dates with different dates. I keep all my dates separate. But then I had 50 rolls almost every time with different dates, so it was fairly easy to separate.
Right. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. That's,
And keep in mind, just because you pull it out of the original bank wrapper, as long as you still have the entire roll together in the exact order they were originally in, you're preserving the coin the best you can. That's truly the way to do it. That way, in 30 years, when you do finally go through them, you have something nice and still have that brilliant red and not have lost much luster.
So would you take the ones out of the the original rolls? And I don't mean like the really old ones, but the newer ones.
No, even some of the older ones I do. It depends on the wrappers. If they're steel strong, that's the one company that I trust with their wrappers, at least the ones that are pre 1970. But the rest of them were very thin paper. They were done with bleached paper, dyed paper, and they don't hold up. So I'm losing tons of rolls right now, and I'm on a mad dash trying to get the last of my bank wraps out of their wrappers and into the square tubes that I was showing here. These are, I wouldn't say rolls. There's a lot of good ones out there. You just can't use the clear tube. The clear round tubes, the coins are still aging in them, and they're because they're getting air. So very important to take care of.
Yeah, like these.
Yep. And make sure they're unused. You don't want to use any used ones. Brand new or nothing.
Well, no, I never even thought about that.
Yeah, and it's something I don't mention often enough, but any roll that has tone inside those, that chemical is already stuck inside that plastic. And the next pennies that go in there are going to start doing the same thing the last roll did. Tone.
Kind of looks like it's been used.
Yeah, it's better not to trust it at all. If you're not pulling straight, because the way I do it is I buy them in boxes of 100, and I keep them separate from everywhere else. And so I know when I pull out of it, those are unused. And the used ones, I'll use for my brown pennies, my older wheats and stuff. That's no big deal. In fact, even the round clear tubes I use for my brown wheats. That's actually a great way to keep them, and a way to keep from just throwing away the clear tubes.
Well, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go and buy like some wholesale or something because that never even occurred to me. Honestly, I don't know why.
Well, until you've dealt with it like I have in a mass amount of coins, that isn't something you think of. So,
I mean, I use the ones for my $50, but my $50 I don't care because 99% of them I get hunting, so it's not like they're a used container for them is fine because they're not BU or anything. But I definitely don't want to put my good penny rolls in that's for sure.
Yeah, you got to be really careful because the storage and stuff is everything. You got to be extremely careful. So what you got there, Silverman?
Well, a light that's kind of screwed up, so I'm trying to screw it back into the stand. That's what the twirling is all about. But this is the proof.
That's the proof. Yeah.
Early 60s I've ever seen. Just for the fields, let me take it out of one of these plastics. I have this in two plastic mugs. That's not helping anything. The fields on this are the most reflective I've ever.
Yeah, it looked really good. I remember looking at this.
And then I was trying to compare the 54S roll that you were going through with some of my best ones I had pulled out of mine, just to see, because that is a beautiful 54S roll you got. I can't even lie.
Yeah, the 54S's, I have like 40 rolls, I think, 50 rolls. So I've been pretty lucky on those. Just like my 68 S's. I'm not sure if it's empty now, But the 68 I've been really lucky with.
This was a very fun roll to search right here. The 54S roll I got. That was for a variety hunter that I am. I ended up with 3 different obverse die pairings because of the positioning of my S. 2 of those which housed RPMs, and then 1 I have a potential double that I want to send to Chuck. But they all came out like just about as good as yours.
Hey, Midnight, try separating your little laptop from your. Does your microscope have a mic on it?
Who, mine?
Yeah, because
No,
there's.
nope.
Oh, I'll be darned. Because sometimes when 2 microphones get too close, you can get a little feedback from it. Because it's a strange echo. It's not like, you got YouTube running in the background, because that's a really major echo. But it's just a very slight one right at the beginning of people talking. It's really odd. Oh, cool. Very nice.
This is a really deep Cameo 73, and I didn't know what that meant when this was a present from my mom last year. She was out of state in Oregon, and she picked up just a bunch of proof pennies that were cut out and put into cellophane or flips. And I didn't recollect how Cameo this 73 was versus how hard it is to get a really good Cameo in the early 70s.
Yeah. And I'm not sure when the Cameo started. It seems like it was in the tail end of the 70s or the middle of the 70s.
I would say 74 to 6 is when they were starting to perfect it. Because 76, I have a weak proof set, but it's one of the few I've seen. Most of the 76 clad ones, they got some good cameos on most everything. But then I opened up mine and I was like, my quarter's almost plain. What else do we have? This was the quarter that came with that dime or that penny.
Very nice. Looks like you need to get a new flip though.
Yep, this one seems kind of old. I just was thinking that to myself. And I prefer these, the safe flips over the guardhouse little ones all day, every day.
Yeah, and I don't really care for the guardhouse ones that much, but you got to be careful. The safe flips isn't the answer. The only time they're the answer is if you're putting them in a box and you're not touching them, because they rub up against each other's a little bit as you pull them in and out, and they just fog. I've thrown them all
These ones,
and I bought thousands of them.
Yeah, I put them in the flip. I fold it immediately, and then they've been going in an envelope because they're the ones that are just more.
Yeah, that would be a good way to keep them, because they won't be moved that way.
Nope. They go straight in an envelope, and that's where they have sat one at a time. And I make sure the envelope stays stationary with nothing else around it. It can't be falled on. It can't fall off of nothing.
Yeah, and I would even suggest when you slide them into the slot to use another 2x2 and cover it up, and then push it in so the extra 2x2 is touching the front or the inside of the slot. That way you're not getting any rub showing up on it. And then separate them and pull it out.
I will absolutely start doing that.
Yeah, it's really sad because safe flips, I really liked them, but and they held up pretty good. They do get brittle after about 4 or 5 years. But if I move my stuff around a lot.
Yeah, no, these ones are the ones that, after listening to you and watching your streams over and over and your videos from back in the day,
I'm not saying
agree about grading, about proofs, about mint sets, about, I don't know, I've probably been through your whole playlist a couple times before you even realized that I did.
Yeah. Okay, hold
I've been
on,
going through that thing.
Silverman. Hey, found it buried. Sorry I didn't catch you coming in. Periodically Silver, welcome. Thanks for dropping by. How's it going, guys? I'll start showing a couple of the that I found from Majestic.
Here's the latest pickup of me trading in either a collectible silver round or a piece dollar or both. But I needed a Morgan in my life.
And I love that type of tone.
And it's so much better on the reverse. And he had this one priced $5 less than one that was much, much worse quality. The other one didn't touch this in comparison, and he had that one at $45.
Cool.
It's just an 1887. It's an 87 plane. But
I need to get me some more Morgans.
Yeah, I love my Morgan.
That was such good toning in this one. Oh, I was so happy. Because that's the ones that I see in like CoinGeek, and when you guys show off your really good ones, they always have that toning.
Yeah.
I needed one with that.
Y'all don't want to see mine.
Have you seen mine, Midnight?
No,
my
my
one
Morgans, they're all beat up and old.
Oh, I have my one sweet score.
I don't think your camera can handle the toning.
I agree. Maybe if I move some lighting around, damn.
Yeah, I normally use 2 lights when I'm showing stuff, but when it's a toned coin, sometimes it'll bleach it out. So normally 1 light is better for the toned.
I know what the problem is. That light's not on. That light should always be on. That's my Walmart light. That's the greatest thing in the effing world. This little Walmart light that's $4 if you go down there, that has a little LED bulb with a plastic coating over it that doesn't produce heat. Oh, it's beautiful. I officially turn off my scope light and put the little Walmart light behind my scope and just direct it exactly where that would be. Shenanigans.
All right, give me a minute. I'm going to go back to Midnight for a second here.
Yeah.
Well, Superman was talking about proof coins.
They're my favorite.
And I got some 60s, some 61s, some 62s, and some 64s still in their little mint wrapper.
I know people hate it, but I hate the cellophanes. So I cut them out of the cellophanes and I put them in the SMS set holders.
Yeah, and see, I personally, I wouldn't do that because I've seen them toned. So you got to be careful.
And I've seen them. They tone them in cellophanes too. So it was kind of a which route did I feel like going, because they were both potentially going to end up in the same way, just different.
got my
because
microscope
the capital
going.
sets
I
tone.
guess I could show it on there.
The capital sets do tone like crazy. But those mint set cell fans, if there's a puncture in any of those, it's detrimental. You know
Oh,
this.
it was. That's true.
And I mean, I didn't trust a lot of them, and I know there was holes in a few of them. And once I cut one out, I didn't want to break up the set even by that far by cutting out the one that had the hole in the square, and 5 or 4 or 5, whatever was in it. It felt wrong to me.
Yeah, and I agree with periodically silver. If you really want to keep these looking the way they look when you first get them, you got to get them in airtight.
Well, these are going to go.
I agree.
I'm going to put them in. I'm going to get a proof book. And then, so, I mean, a couple of them are going to go in books. And then the rest of them will, I don't know. I'll probably keep an extra one of each because there's like, you know, a couple 61s, a couple 62s, and like 4 64s. So I'll probably keep
any of
one
them
of each
just like
for a book.
Do any of them just stand out to you with just like, oh damn? Do any of them have that feeling to you?
I mean, honestly, I really haven't looked them over that well yet because they're still in the wrapper.
Yeah,
I mean, all of them, none of them are scratched or dinged or nothing. Some of them even kind of almost look like they have a very light cameo on it, but it's very, 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 very light.
Yeah, I made a purchase last year, bought 800 proofs, all separated and unfortunately put in cardboard flips, but I'm on my way through them.
But, you know, some of this stuff, a lot of this stuff I got when I was...
You made your way through those already?
When I was new, so I was more concerned with not ruining it than I was with trying to touch it and open it. And
yeah, when you
I
start
did nothing but hoard and separate.
When you start opening them, you got to be prepared. You got to have gloves. You got to have what the air you're putting in, whatever. So, what's your microphone set up, Midnight?
I don't know, whatever's on an iPhone.
Okay, so you're using the iPhone. Now, what's on the... Because we're definitely getting some feedback.
All right, well, let me see some here.
Try to separate them a little bit further. Sometimes just a couple or a foot or so will make a huge difference.
Well, I turned it off, so let's see if that'll help.
No, it's still doing it, so that's really strange.
It'll take a second to shut all the way off. It's really old.
Okay. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, when you start doing these streams, a lot of people realize that, you know, they have some earphones or something that they've got plugged in that is causing the feedback. And
is that any better?
Yeah, so far it sounds better.
All right, well, then it had to have been picked. That's weird because I've sat here with you guys nights before and had my phone right next to my laptop looking on the microscope.
Yeah, you might have had the volume down enough to where it wasn't as sensitive, or, I mean, there could be a couple different reasons for it, but sometimes it's a couple of inches that makes the difference. So,
well, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it now. So I'm just gonna back out and I'll be in the chat because it's got to be annoying for everybody.
No, I'm not hearing it now.
I can hear it on my end still, so there's got to be something going on.
Oh, there, yeah, I did just hear it a little bit just then. That's really weird, but
so
we'll get it figured out.
I'll be in the chat. You guys have a good one.
Okay, and don't give up on coming up onto the streams because You just need to figure out what your feedback issue is. And my microscope has a microphone, so you might really check into your microscope. Oh, now we're getting feedback. Silverman, did you turn something on?
Nope, I haven't touched a thing.
Okay, let me check and see if it's me.
Yep, I haven't moved, touched anything. I have proof that's a little closer to my microphone. It's about the only thing I've moved closer.
That's really strange. Because it's not doing it every time. Oh, there it is. Hold on just a minute, Silverman. Okay, let's see if it's still doing it. And if it's me. Hello, hello, hello. Nope, not picking it up now. Unmute Silverman. Oops.
Be that I'm using an older and Wi-Fi could be an issue. I mean, I don't know how much of an issue that would be, but that would be the only thing I could think.
Yeah, and see, I think Silverman's his laptop was definitely. No, I am hearing it now.
Yeah, you cut it in and out a little bit just now saying that. I did hear that cut out.
Yeah, it's a great hobby periodically, Silver. And there's tons of great people on here, so never be shy to ask questions. Most everyone is pretty accommodating, and you can go onto my chat, and I answer questions all the time. Very happy to help everybody out. I don't have any issues with answering, even because I tell people, even if you think it's a stupid question, if it's a question you have, it's because you want to learn the answer. So it's absolutely not a stupid question. And some people may tell you that to look it up in Red Book and stuff, but sometimes there's certain things that there's a huge amount of people that truly don't know the answer. So you just got to ask the right people and keep asking until you get the answer. And don't ask just one person. Ask a group of people and get different answers and compare. And then do your own research once you find the answer and make sure, confirm, and learn why. And yep.
You can keep me muted if I was the issue. I got no problem. I'm surprised at how good this actually picked up what I'm thinking is a possible 54 proof Benji.
Oh, Periodic says he's an old friend. Well, congrats on the new channel. And if you're an old friend, go ahead and email me so I can recognize you.
Dime looks pretty good in this one too. Come on, accept the light adjustment. There you go. See, and when I'm using my camera just to use my camera or just by myself making videos, I'm able to hit the lock button and lock my focus on one spot so it doesn't do this.
I'm going to shut off my microscope and see if that's the reason. Sure, I'm hearing it.
It could be my connection power or my signal strength, I should say.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. Still hearing it. Well, my emails take some time. It's AOL, so sometimes they're slow. I don't see the email yet. I always have my email up so people can send me photos and information and such. Very nice.
The large and small 60 proofs. I'm just trying to see which one looks better in the camera. And I'm going to say top one, if it'll ever focus again, has potential cameo based on this distance.
Well, do yourself a favor, and if you've got cameos and stuff, or what you believe to be higher grades, get them out of these and into airtights, because these aren't going to save them for very long. Couple of years and you're going to start noticing toning, and there's a few people that like some of the toning, but unfortunately normally it's hazing and dark colors normally on the proofs. But yeah, I see it on that looks cameo.
I plan on sending this in. This is the one that if I don't get a cameo, I'm gonna have a Dr. G moment.
Well, he's had good and bad, so I can go.
Remember his Benji? We had it cameoed and they took it away, and it took him like 5 tries to get it back in the cameo.
Yep, and they reduced the grade on a couple of his other cameos too.
I know, but that Benji really did piss him off.
Yeah, he did end up getting it back though, but
took like 5 tries. I know, but it's worth like thousands of dollars compared to hundreds. Oh, so yeah. I would have kept trying.
And it was our own holder. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh man, I watch his video. I watch the same like 8 videos he has about his grading. I watch those about once a week. Just because, I find him pretty funny, and the excitement in his voice when that whole cameo debacle goes down every time is he doesn't get that loud very often.
Yeah, I still don't see that email periodic, so I put up my email, double check to make sure that's what you did. Looks like nice tone.
That's why my phone's upside down. That should make a whole lot more sense to me. I was all, why isn't this making sense where I hand my hand, it wasn't lining up. Yeah, she's like purple. Here's a silver one. There we go.
And no reason for apologies, periodic. I didn't start. I was on YouTube for 10 years, and I just started last year doing the chats. My first stream was in October. Although I did stream about another 40 times in the next 50 days, but
I know. I missed the 8-hour all-night stream we used to do with kids.
12 hours. Had some really fun streams.
I miss those.
I'm getting back to it. I've been so sick. and family issues. It's just makes it kind of tough. So what camera are you shooting these with?
This is just my cell phone, and it is on whatever the StreamYard camera is allowing, so it just does that repetitive autofocus.
Yeah. The details aren't showing up. We can't see the details very well. I can't even make out the letters. Well, a little bit. I can see one dime now.
Hold on, let's see if I didn't know it was that bad for you guys. On mine, it's not showing your guys as being that horrid.
Yeah, it wasn't when you first started. Because I always let everybody know when there's issues with pixelation.
Nope.
Strange, because you're still using your phone, right? For the camera?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I haven't changed it.
much better details showing the screen, but not the coin.
That's weird. Oh, on the screen you saw good detail? Because I didn't see squat for detail when I was looking through my
Well, I
phone.
could definitely see better than what it was in hand.
Block the light. Block the light. Thank you. Oh, then we can do this, because this is only set up for variety viewing. Part of the reason I love my damn scope so much. Don't worry, those were all failed variety hunts.
So is that the right email, periodic? Up on the screen there. In fact, I'll put it in chat. So use the link in chat to email me again because it's not showing up. Maybe you didn't get the small I, or I don't know, something didn't work right. And you can try to email me again.
Come here, Walmart light. Hooah. I love this little Walmart light. I just wish it was more flexible.
Yeah, there's so many things changing with getting coins graded, values and such right now. It's really frustrating. I'm a big part of I'm the part of the cause of it for sending in so many coins in high grade.
Nah.
Well, you know, Blue Ridge Silverhound did a really great article about it, and he did a 51S, I believe, penny, and it was a 67 plus. And in the beginning of last year, it sold for $2,200 or $2,100, and 2 months later, it sold for $1,000 less. And a few months after that, another one sold for $300 or $400 less, which was less than half of its value. So
it was like $200.
Yeah, definitely something going on with oversaturation of coins in these high grades. So if you're sending coins in right now, make sure that you're sending in a coin that has a low population. Don't send it in if there's 20, 30 coins, because the value's not there right now. And if you're just going to keep it, then that's fine. And I do that with a lot of coins for my grandkids, but you got to be really careful if you're trying to make money at getting coins graded, because everybody's getting really frustrated and getting half the values that they expected or less.
Sorry, that 62 just amazes me. And see, I don't have, I haven't made it to where I can afford old rarity or, key date rarity. So I'm using the eye to hopefully find the variety rarity, sell those off in order to get my key date rarities, which is why I don't mind going through my BU rolls and stuff, because yeah, I'm looking for BU cents, of course, all day. That's my goal. But in doing so, it's nice to find, say, where's that stack? A 50S, really good condition, with an S over S that's just prominent as all hell. Because I'd rather get that in a BU roll than not.
Yep, and here's the airtights I use, guys. Yeah, periodic, still no email. Yep, still a bit pixelated.
I honestly don't know if I can fix that one with the phone I'm on.
Well, you said you had a low.
What?
What was the issue? You had a low reception or low.
I have a very low grade phone. It's probably a few years old model, and just Wi-Fi. And I think that mix is making for bad camera viewage.
Yeah. The one that Al uses, oldies, is just like a $20 or $25 camera. You might check that out because, man, he shows great pictures.
Yeah, I need to go to the pawn shop.
Yeah, you don't have a computer though. That's your issue, right?
Correct. So I got a buddy who works at the pawn shop down the street, and it's actually one of our larger, better off pawn shops. So I'm gonna see what I can do about getting me either a little digital camera or a laptop. Because I ended up finding a full size 53-foot trailer bed tarp. For like covering up wood and stuff when they have the flatbeds on the 53-footers. Like those 300 to 500 pound tarps that looked like bouncy houses. I found one in the parking lot last year in amazing condition. Turns out they go for like $150 used. So I'm gonna see if they want it, because I have no reason for a 53-foot immensely heavy rubber tarp.
Yeah, and that's something that a lot of people are looking for.
It's true. And I'm really trying to go back to the warehouse. So I'm thinking I'm going to try to get a job that either, if the coin shop doesn't hire me, which I think one of them's thinking about it, to be honest, which is cool as hell.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, I will either work at a pawn shop or the bank, because both of them are hiring and I got friends at both.
Well, good luck on that.
Well, I actually have a friend who works at the pawn shop, so that's almost a guaranteed in. And the guy I met at the bank doing this coin and currency stuff, I think he would put in a pretty good word, and he's higher up in the bank's, hierarchy there. He's not just a teller.
Oh man, I opened my window and we got a lot of wild cats in this area, and I guess one got messed with by a skunk. Because oh my gosh, I just totally ruined the. There's a stench in my room.
Oh,
I've been skunked, and not the good kind.
right?
Yeah, it looks like it's got great details. 1902. Now my
Full
average
diamond.
the 1903, so that's cool. The year prior to
Full
my
diamond.
card.
And then if I could ever get the color to actually show,
It's
beautiful.
yeah. Now I've got professional lights that have costed me $60, $80 a piece, and a couple of them, a couple $100 a piece. And it's very difficult to get the color on some of these, especially copper. Copper's the worst. Well, that's not true. I think gold is the worst. I'm just lucky I don't have any gold to have to deal with that. So I just have coppers.
I know I asked my favorite LCS the other day because he has a really cool light that moves up and down and all. Like, it's a really cool ass light. I was like, how much was this light, buddy? I want one. He's like, you don't want to know. I was like, that expensive? Guess. And I was like, $120. He's like, try 800. I was like, you're fucking high as hell. You are high as hell. You are high. It's a light that's not. It felt like it was plastic and not heavy duty in any way, and it was just a movable LED light. It looked like.
Yeah. See, when they have the temperature rated lights, that's photography grade, and that's what they're hundreds of dollars and up. I had one set up when I was really into my photography. It was over $2,000 for the pair. But they burn up fairly quick, and you got to keep replacing the bulbs, and the bulbs are like $500, $600, $700. It's ridiculous. But
That was a really clean one, but no full bands. My middle beams are. Top's good though.
oh shoot! All right, periodic silver. Are you still in here? I just found out who you are. Hope you're doing good. Have to get your address again so I can send you that original package. Yeah, one of the very first packages I ever sent out was to periodic silver. And I sent
I'm glad you figured.
an amazing, 40, 50 pieces in it. And it was lost in the mail for months because they ended up moving after a few weeks, and it got lost in the mail, and like 2 months later I got it back, and they kind of disappeared for a while. Well, best camera and laptop. If you're talking about like a streaming camera, check out what Oldies and Goodies has. He spent like $25, $30 for it, and it does just wonderful pictures. And it's a streaming camera, I believe, can be used for making videos as well. So that's what I would suggest. The stuff I get, mine's all because I'm a semi-pro photographer, videographer, so I don't have anything that's that inexpensive. Like my streaming camera that I'm using is $36, but it's a 4K camera. Same thing with my video camera that I've shot all my videos with. For most of my videos, that's a 4K camera.
How much is a 1962 with full step? Oh wait, this could be proof. Never mind. Also, I just pulled out a 1962 with full steps, but now as I look at it without a cover on, that's because it's a proof.
Yeah.
Which would make sense why it has full steps, because I flipped it over and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to ask you, what is?
Sorry, go ahead.
What is a 72? I want to say Philly now that I looked at the back of my D. What does a 72 with full steps look like? There it is. Because I know this one's not proof.
Yeah, the best thing to do, there's like, I think Blue Camera has a cheap one too. I'm sorry, what year? 52?
72.
72. Yeah, the best way to figure out the camera that you want is to pay attention to the people that are making videos and stuff or streaming and check out what they have and ask. 200 for a 66 and $3,000 for a 67. 65 is $27.
All right, that's, you gotta love gambling. You gotta love gambling.
Oh yeah, especially normally it's $500-$600 difference. Give me just a second. I want to answer periodics message to me.
Oh, yeah, you have history to make up. That can do you, my friend.
Oh, it's so sad because there's somebody that followed me really strong and used to chat with quite a bit years and years ago and lost touch. Unfortunately, everybody knows how it goes.
Oh, snap. Turn that again. There's 4 of us. What place you have to eat with all the shit on the wall? Oh, you.
Shoot, they commented on this video, so it's not showing up yet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful 63 set, though.
Well, just keep in mind, it normally doesn't take with technology these days. It's like talking to Michael Kittle about the camera he has. He was concerned it was like 7 years old. It has a huge amount of megapixels, so I told him, 6 and better is enough. You don't need to upgrade beyond a high-end 6 or anything over 10. You don't need to upgrade it. You just need to up your game on cabling and like a copy stand, that kind of thing, to position the camera better and a better way of
being able to make the camera capable of streaming, $40, $50 on the piece of hardware to do that. Uses USB 3. Then your camera plugs in with HDMI into the box. The box plugs into your computer, and you've got a new streaming camera from your DSLR.
Too much.
And when you get close to that, if you're still questioning at midnight, just email me. I'm more than happy to spend some time researching a little bit of what you're trying to buy and make sure it's going to do what you want to do. I'm really good at video cameras. Stream cameras are kind of up there. They're a little different, but I understand the lingo. So, and it's so funny because I found one of my videos, and I was saying, "Oh my gosh, it's so neat. This camera is so light," and it was like 8 pounds, I think, 7 pounds. But the camera I carried before that was like 12. So it was a huge upgrade for me. I used to videotape with the VHS camera in the beginning. And that was a big deal because before that I was using 8mm.
What is up with that too?
Yeah, that's definitely got something going on.
It's not a contact mark.
Yeah, it could be a die chip, worn die chip, or a slight die chip. Yeah, the one key with all of this when you're doing computer stuff, camera gear, video, brand name is everything. It truly is. When I do video, it's Sony. When I do photography, it's Canon. When I do equipment like scanners and printers, it's Epson. You got to stick with the better brands, even if it's a lower model, because that's the whole secret to this. My still camera was a couple grand, and for just the body, but it's a 5D, which is the best camera you can buy from Canon. Well, the best consumer camera that you can buy from Canon right now is on a 5D body. I think it's like 50 something megapixels, but it's the same exact camera body as the one I have. It's just the updated model. So that's the whole secret to doing high-end stuff. And even mid-range. Name brand is everything. Zeus, another brand that I trust a lot.
Celestron.
Yeah, the computers, most people don't realize is Zeus makes most of the internal parts for all the other computers. So that's why when they do their own laptops and stuff, it's such a good deal because they're trying to outdo their competitors that they supply parts for. So they use better parts.
Oh, really good 72.
Yeah, and the phone, I mean, if you have an i5 or higher, it should be just fine. I had the i5, it did a few of my videos in 1080. That's you just need to make sure that you're uploading it correctly. Because if you're not uploading it and you're letting it get chewed up a little bit to get a little faster response or quicker download or upload, that can be the whole reason for it. Cool. That's neat. Like the lasers coming out of his eyes.
Yeah, it's a $20 Canadian from 2015.
Yeah, I remember you showing that one the other day. That's really cool. Yeah, and I don't know the other cameras.
Love that
I've
thing.
always had just an iPhone, so I run a 8 plus right now. But up until the end of last year, I was using a 5. I think it was a 5 plus. The key is being able to do 1080 and preferably 60 frames a second.
See, my scope has 60 frames a second, but when I do it, it darkens my light.
That's
So
weird.
it works beautifully. It works beautifully when I'm looking at proof coins, because watch, I'll show you the difference. It's drastic. Take this away. So I won't even turn on my light. Just if I go down to my frequency and turn it to 60, watch as soon as I move it. Noom.
I'll be darned. 'Cause it shouldn't. It should not affect that at all.
Yeah, and watch, if I go back to 50, it'll brighten right back up.
So what might
As soon
be
as I move it,
is the camera's not truly capable of doing it. I mean, they put it as an option to make it look good when they're selling it, but it's robbing the power from the camera.
it does change the it does change the view. I mean, how things look, and it definitely changes how quick things adjust when you move things around. That's for sure. And I wouldn't say that it's a negative thing, because when I go to the 60, when I do it on the proof coins, it takes away a chunk of that just shine that makes it to where you can't see anything.
Hey, Andrew.
So it's a negative and a positive, because when I'm going through those really mirrored, it lets me see the devices.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can't see the ends of the letters on anything. But if I hit the 60, it dulls out just enough to where I can see the edges of the letters.
Well, let me go back. I'm going to show some of these coins again.
Yeah, so yeah, you have better camera. I didn't know mine was going pixelated for you guys.
I paid $300 for it, though. I mean, that's a big difference. And the funny thing is the camera that Al had was getting a better close-up. Now, when I'm doing filming instead of streaming with this camera, oh, it's amazing. I can get really close, do it in 4K. It's an amazing camera, but when you start streaming with it, you lose all your options. I can't do close-ups. I can't change the zoom. It's a fixed zoom or fixed view. It's really frustrating.
You can't autofocus anymore.
Well,
You're stuck on auto.
the
You
autofocus
can't fix focus.
isn't working as good. It's like half speed or something. It's really strange. So here's the 60D. Suppose it's small band. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I'm sure that Majestic knows what he's talking about and took the time to double check it. But come on.
I'm excited for that roll. That's going to be a cool roll for you to go through, Rich.
Yeah, I can't wait. If he was
I
here,
can tell the excitement.
I'd be going through it.
The excitement in your voice said it all as soon as you saw it. I could tell right away that you were pretty confident in the fact that you might be getting a 67 lucky.
Yeah, and
The neat thing about it is normally you don't see it at the fourth coin. This is the fourth.
No, it's about
Yeah.
the 13th to 25th coin is the prime.
Yeah. Yeah. Normally it's the center 5 coins that I find my best coins in.
And see, mine's right before that. It's normally, I wouldn't say a third of the way, but just after a third of the way through.
Yeah, and I've been really lucky because some of the rolls I have, 80+% is high grade coins. So, and that's
I only got lucky.
because I was
Oh,
very careful on how they were stored and kept them sealed at all times. Oops, let's see here. Camera's not showing up yet. Give me just a second. I was trying to switch cameras, but I forgot I shut it off.
No, you're fine, man.
There we go. Now this
Yeah, your
one
rim's even.
color very good, but you can see there's mark there in the middle of his cheek. A little bit here. Let me get the pointer out. So we got a little bit here below the Liberty.
Yep.
That's a pretty.
It's pretty well centered.
Yeah. See a little bit right
Well centered.
here. Couple marks. Oops. But this part is pretty clear. The hard part is the eyebrow, the temple, the back of the ear, the nose, and this is all really clear.
Yeah.
Great coin. Great. And I've been really lucky finding that. Oh, that's not good news.
What?
It fell. I have a little slot. I've got this on a old lockbox, and there's just enough room for me to put my hand in there. I've got coins piling up down there because of them falling. All right, there we go. So again, there's definitely a few marks here and there, but for the most part, this is a pretty nice coin. A little bit of a mark here, a little bit. That one actually looks like a clash or something. That's kind of odd. Little mark here, but the fields are pretty clear. So that's a nice coin. Oh, good night, Andrew. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Well, found it buried. I'm not sure what you're talking about on the phone. If you're Adobe has a new product for editing on your phone that a lot of people swear by, and I've seen some of the editing. Looks fantastic. It's supposed to be really quick and easy. Things have come a long ways for Adobe, who I believe is in the top of their field. It's funny because I pay $50 a month and I have access to like 15 to 20 of their different programs. But back in the day when this all started, I was paying $600-700 for individual products from Adobe. And then I was able to do suites that had 2 or 3 for about $600 or $700. And the last time I paid for Adobe for a suite where I owned it and not, rented it from them was probably 4 or 5 years ago, not that long ago. So things have really changed. Now you can pay $50 and get everything, $50 a month, or 25 bucks to get like just Photoshop and Premiere, or just a couple of them. So do check them out. Check out their mobile app. I think there's a evaluation, 30-day evaluation or something you can do. Either that or check it out on YouTube with some of the people that are showing the videos they're editing and what they're doing. Because things have come a long ways. Everybody's using a phone, so that's what everybody wants to try to zero in on. So let's take a closer look at what's going on inside this room again. Let me make sure it's not dust. See if that got rid of it. Yeah, it did. So there was a little piece of fuzz that was making that mark inside the column.
Do you send dimes in for grading very often?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's been a while, but no, I used to all the time.
Yeah, it's not one that we've talked about, or I've ever heard you talk very often about by any means. I hear you talk about nickels and cents for sure.
Yeah, normally it's because it's full bands, Mercury or Rose. The Rosies, I've made some good money. I had a coin dealer that was ripping everybody off, and I was always really careful there buying stuff, and he ended up getting like 20 rolls or so of UU dimes, and somebody had just brought him in, and I was there when they came in, and the guy purchased them, and I told him, man, I'd be interested in some of those, and he looked through one a little bit and sold me more than half of them. Oh my gosh, I got so many 67s out of that with full bands. Most of them were full bands. They just weren't high enough grades to make it worth it. But yeah, I got so lucky. And right before
What years?
54, 55 and up. Not
That's impressive.
66. Yeah, or in fact, they were all silver, so nothing past 64. But yeah,
Okay. I asked.
When he was clear,
I
went back to the shop and I told him, "Oh man, I made so much money off of those rolls. Thank you so much." The look on his face was great. He used to rip everybody off. He was a very frustrating.
Oh, I have an LCS like that. He's a very abrasive man, and I do not like talking to him. And the stuff he puts in flips and the prices he has on it, for how many are cleaned without being labeled as cleaned, for the ones that say partially cleaned and have a full price on it. Yeah. And the stuff he just prices ridiculously. So when he's in, I still go to Ned's because it's the closest one to my house. But I've caught him on a few days where he doesn't feel like dealing with it in any way, or he's in a big old rush, or whoever knows what his mood is. But I ended up trading an 1883 cleaned Morgan for a 1926D peace dollar, not cleaned. The other day, a straight across trade. And I looked at the red book, and he shouldn't have done that. So even according to the red book, he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it's sad when those guys are around. I've had a few people that were in his shop, and he'd end up on the phone, and I'd walk past him and say, "I'll pay double out in the parking lot." See them show up there
Oh
shortly
God.
after, and buy what they have for double what he offered.
Just don't let him hear you saying that.
That's why I just tell him, just don't tell him. See me in there, just tell me you want
Whatever you
in the parking lot.
I've wanted to do that so many damn times. This dude had a bunch of slabs that were like, we'll call them fourth party grading. They're the ones below the three that we all use. And he was just, oh, I don't fucking want these. Nobody wants these. Da 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 da. And like blowing this dude off, and he had like 2 cases full of these things, and he didn't even care what he was getting. He just wanted them gone. And he blew him off so aggressively that as I was paying for my stuff next to him in line, I was about to be like, bro, I'll buy all those just because what do you want for them? Because I love those fourth party grading because nobody takes them seriously. And sometimes they had it right.
Yeah, you do. You gotta check the trophy, not the slab.
I know, and people don't. I'm waiting for an eBay lot to come up of like bulk 100 ICG slabs or SGS slabs or something that nobody cares for or exists anymore for nothing because nobody will bid on that stuff on eBay. And if they do, it's not going to be record-breaking bids.
Well, Periodic, it's nice to see you back. I hope that you're here to stay. I miss our chats. We used to chat quite a bit. Because it was comments and stuff, but I do big comments, and so did they, so it was really neat. Oops. Yeah, if you have a 7 plus, you should be fine for streaming. I think anything over 5 is doable. Because I did a lot of videos with my 5. A lot of my YouTube videos were done with my 5. Just got to make sure you're using the higher options. 60 frames a second if you can. Nothing less than 30. Try to keep it at 1080, even if it takes a long time to upload, because that's when people can see what you really have. And if you guys ever need help picking out a camera, just let me know. I'm more than happy to get you what you need. Not the best you can afford, but what you need and is good grade.
Do you want to trade me one of your old ones for my sweet vintage Argus here? You know you want to. You know you're seeing it right now, and it's beautiful.
Oh yeah, no, it's a good brand. I'd definitely be into doing a trade, but a lot of my cameras are family cameras or stuff that I pass to my kids, and so I don't give up any of my stuff because a lot of it I paid, $500 and up for. All my digital cameras, I paid $1,500 or more for. So it's kind of hard to.
The only camera.
But that's a fun one. I shot with that one before. My grandfather had one of those, but it didn't go to me. It went to one of the other grandkids.
Yeah,
What year is that one?
To be honest, I don't know. If you could tell me where it would say, I would gladly tell you, Rich.
Yeah, you have to look it up by model number on their site.
Okay.
But yeah, I've shot with that one before. It's a great camera. So I
That's
used
what I hear. I hear that.
to do all my own developing.
Yeah, I heard that these are one of the best that you can get, especially for the time frame. That this was like the top of the line for the time frame.
Well, thanks, Periodic. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I enjoy sharing what I know and pushing that I don't know at all. Don't know my errors. Don't know a lot of the coin things, but what I do know, I'm happy to share.
Antiques Roadshow will be here in a couple months, and I'm going to take that jug. Remember that bottle
Uh,
that nobody could figure out? People thought it was like a pirate rum jug, or
yep, I remember.
yeah, I'm taking that to the Antiques Roadshow along with that dagger that had like the merman fish warrior head thing.
Cool. Hey, Silverman, let me get you a hold a second here.
Yeah, dude, hold me up.
Majestic, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for the rolls, man. Very impressed. Wait until I show you what I found. Are you going to be on here for a few? So, Silverman, if Majestic hops up here, I'm going to have you go down for a few minutes so I can open this roll and go through it.
I don't mind.
Oh, cool. Are you willing to come up, Majestic? Let me get a link going. Yeah, be sure to videotape if you take it to the Antiques Roadshow. That'd be a fun one to watch.
Well, we started this the other day. Oh, Shenanigans dropped one.
You know, I have done so well. In fact, I showed a couple. I showed my 21 and 24 S's. I bought them for like $5 a piece for partially filled. I bought like 10 album or 10 folders or 15 folders at one time. And then I ended up having key date coins in it. It was pretty awesome. And they were in the wrong spot because they kept falling out. And after a while, people just put them wherever because they weren't sure where they fell out of. All right.
Yeah.
Silverman, Majestic's in here. Thanks for coming up and showing stuff. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I'll hope to have a better camera next time I'm up.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Mm.
Oh, Majestic's almost up. Alrighty. If you're having issues, Majestic, just pop out and come back in. Yeah, just come back in. Make sure that your microphone and your camera are showing up. When you're in the back, you can test them or switch between different cameras and microphones. Now, I'll give you a minute to adjust things before I bring you up because you're not showing up quite yet. It shows you're there in the back, but normally I have a view of what your camera is looking at. And if your camera is messing up, you can just push stop cam, and it'll just use your microphone. The stop cam option is at the bottom of the screen. In fact, I'm gonna let's see here. Yeah, something's going on with his camera. So I know if it's a phone, sometimes there's issues and it makes it really hard for people to become part of the stream. There you are. Hello. How you doing, Majestic? Can see ya. Can you hear me?
Hey, Rich.
Hey, there you are. Thank you so much, buddy. Man,
Yeah, I'm having problems, I guess. I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you.
All right, just a second. I can change that a bit. Sometimes it's better to have that other camera off. Can you hear me a little better?
Well, let me pop back out and then back in. Oh, give me 1 minute.
All right, you're definitely improving. Yeah, they're doing better. They're still working with getting all the phones to work better and have better options. I think their biggest issue is that they don't offer 1080. I think if they did, some of the other cameras would have a little better options going.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me better?
Yep, that's much better.
Yep, you're louder too. So good.
I'm on my way to work. I woke up, I read your email. I was like, okay, sorry, it's so dark. I'm driving.
Oh, so okay. So how long do you got before you
I have an hour and a half. Hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, let me change the screen for a second. There's the fourth coin in from the end of the roll.
That's the 90 CD.
Yeah, the 60D. Man, it's nice. It's got 2 marks on Lincoln. Kind of a hefty mark on his chin, but the fields are just completely clear. And that's the fourth one from the end. I mean, I don't normally see them that close to the end when they have some toning going on. It didn't have much toning, but normally even that means that you have 5 to 10 coins toned from each end. So beautiful coin. And I didn't go any farther. I wanted to wait till I had you on. So let me find that roll. So I marked them with your handle on there. So I know where they came from. And the 54S, they look pretty good too. I didn't go but a couple coins into them. So I'll pop a few coins here. Yeah, very nice coins. Okay, I'm going to switch over to, let's see here. I showed up pretty good last time. Wow, no, I don't see any flaws with Lincoln. A little bit on his head, but the fields are perfect. So 66 for sure on that side, maybe 67 if that's the only mark. A little bit of a mark below the steps, and the last step has some marks. So 66 coin. Beautiful red. The color doesn't show up really great on this stream camera, but man, nice grid. Oh, I see a little mark on the column, on the second column from the left. Great coins. Very cool.
I'm a hoarder like you. I like my Lincolns, and I think you would enjoy them.
Oh, I appreciate it. And if I get one that grades high, I'll split it with you.
No, don't worry. I give it to you because you're a fellow Lincolner. Believe it or not, I have about maybe 2 boxes.
Fantastic. Yeah, but that means that you'll have money to pick up more. I always do it that way. I truly believe karma is the key to everything. And so to help my own karma, I do it purposely. I always share when somebody sends me a coin and ends up being gradable. Yeah. In fact, I've even just given the money all completely over to some, but yeah, I love it. It's great. The pennies are so much fun, and when you get the BU rolls going and they're nice and flashy like that, yeah, it's a ton of fun. And the 54s look really good too. The 54S's, they're going to be a fun one to go through. And Melissa, how you doing?
Something happened. I'm so sorry.
I can still hear you good, but yeah, if you're on the road, your signal's constantly changing.
Nothing. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. And what we may have to do for him is, rather than go through it while he's on the road and can't really watch well, I mean, I hate doing it while he's driving. I'd feel terrible if he got in an accident or ticket or something for it. So when he comes back on, I think I'll tell him that, I'll just have him in the side here listening and talking, but not gonna go through the coins with him on the road. At least I got to show him a good one up close. So how you doing, Melissa? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, just a minute ago you came in, so I didn't not see you for too long. So I went through a handful of coins for Majestic, graded them and told him, what I was seeing, but it was through a video that he did. And
some older wheats that he had, a couple reds and several red browns. And I graded them and really got detailed and told him everything I was seeing, which was like a paragraph and a half. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
So I think what I'm going to do here, because I hate doing this while you're driving.
No, it's okay. I had a phone call, and what happens is that when a phone call comes through onto my car, the audio kind of messes up. Now it's all right now. Now I'm about to get on the interstate and go.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'll go through a few of them and we can chat, but I want to start getting these into airtights as I go through them. So I'm not quite set up for doing that right now. So I'll peek into that 54S roll and see what we got going on in one end of that, and we can go from there. Sure appreciate it. It's a lot of the best hobby I've ever gotten into. Since I was a little kid, I was about 5 or 6 years old when I got my first bankroll of pennies, and it just stumped me how gorgeous they were. I was so impressed with them, and it was wasn't wheats, but I did end up with a lot of wheat rolls because my mom was a banker, so she just watched for them. And I got pretty lucky. The rolls I built up by the time I was about 7 or 8 years old for today's collectors would just floor them because it was absolute perfect rolls. Unfortunately, as the years went by, trying to store them properly and stuff as a kid didn't happen because I didn't know better at the time. I'm just lucky that I didn't live in an area that was, high moisture and stuff, where it was a pretty dry area that I grew up in. So that's what saved these coins. And then at about 13 or 14 years old, I learned to properly take care of them and get them in sealed boxes, wrap those boxes up with plastic and get them in other boxes to keep the air content way low and that kind of thing. So my rolls have really done good. But I ended up with so many of them because even as a kid, by the time I was 13 or so, I probably had maybe 300 rolls, 400 rolls of nicer cherry pick coins. So
Yeah, that's the problem with me is that I live in Florida, and so we have subtropical temperatures. So what I have to do with my Lincoln, I really have to stay on top of it. If I'm not, then it starts infecting all of them. So what I do is when I get one that's infected, I just pull it out immediately, and then I start I basically throw it right back in the circle. Then I try to make. Then I go on the hunt trying to find another couple of them to make up the ones that I lost.
yeah.
So it's really, I have that fight all the time here in Florida with my Lincoln. But I've learned a lot of stories from you, so you're a big help.
Michael Kittle's in the chat. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky. The couple that ran our city's coin club were really smart people, and preservation was a key for them. So I didn't have to go through the dumb choices of buying cheaper or large lots of things that didn't work because they told me how I should be keeping them and stuff. And I had a neighbor that was also a coin collector, and he was in his 40s or 50s, and he told me, don't ever open these rolls till you're 30, 40 years down the road, but you gotta plug the ends up and make sure that they're not getting air. And so, I got very lucky that by the time I was old enough to actually spend the money and properly get them stored, I had absolute top end people teaching me. So that was what saved these coins for me. Yeah, very, very lucky with that.
Hey, Michael, we're just going over some Finney rolls, Lincoln rolls that I sent Chris.
Yeah, that's the title of my stream mentions you.
Oh.
So people that come in know that it's from Majestic sent these. So I got to the fourth coin and it had one little flaw on Lincoln's face, but the rest of the coin was pretty clear. So here's one a little further down. If I can hold still. At least a couple marks on that one. Not quite as nice as the first one, which was the fourth coin down. This one's a little further into the roll. Oh, come on, camera. There we go. Whoops. I hate looking at coins upside down. So super clear fields, nice bright reds. Let me pull a couple 54s. Now, if you need to answer something or do something Majestic, don't worry about telling us first. Just do what you need to do.
Oh, it's okay. I'm good for an hour now. I'm on the road.
This was the third coin from the end. And it's a nice one here. Let me use both hands.
That's a 54 ad?
No, this one's the 60. I was putting them away. This was the third one that caught my eye. Made me realize what was in this roll. Or could be in this roll.
That's nice.
Oh, it is really clear. So, all right, let me put those back. And I was telling people, put them exactly the way they came out. Put them back into these rolls. Try to switch to the rolls that I'm using. Shoot, I've already lost the lid here. Just a second. When I pull these coins out of a original wrapper from the bank, I keep the coins in the same exact order because the toned effect that's going on through the coins, it's kind of like a chemical reaction and it'll go from coin to coin. So keeping them in the exact order, and then if I notice toning going on, I'll remove those end coins and keep just the better coins. And then I fill it up with the airtights, the punch outs for the foams. I use those to fill the ends so I have no air in them, the rolls. It's truly the best way of doing it. So there's how I mark put the little black dots on the end so I know that this is a special roll. The red ring means that it's got 67 coins or the possibility of 67. Well, actually, it means possibility in this case, but all my other ones, it's because I physically saw 67 possibilities. So got it marked with Majestic's handle there. So now we're going to peek into the 54 S's that he sent me. Again, marked with his name so I know who it came from. So, and I don't have many rolls that were given to me. I've purchased and stuff. I don't normally let people send me stuff for free. And Majestic, although he doesn't want me to send him anything, is obviously getting stuff. May take me a while to put it together, but wow, these are in brilliant red. Come on, camera. There we go. Wow, very nice. So I'm gonna have to send this camera back. It has an issue with autofocus right now for the streaming. There we go.
So now when you look at my videos where my link is, you know how red my reds are.
Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, because that's the one thing that's really difficult, because a lot of things look red-brown, but they're not. They're red that's just being shadowed. And the way the pennies, the copper works, it definitely looks like dark surfaces.
Yeah,
So,
when you look at my videos, it doesn't really show it nothing what they have, you know. But even my toning coins that you kind of graded for me just by looking at video, yeah, the video doesn't show them justice because they're really, really brilliant, lustrous, nice coins.
yeah, that's why I kept pushing as far as I can tell, because it's video and not high-grade photos. And even the high-grade photos with the red browns, photos are very difficult.
I have a problem. I like my reds and I have a lot of them, and I probably got some really high grade reds. But even the dealers and even Chuck Daltrey also said that I like my red browns for some reason, and I have what he calls pretty. So, and he said in his term, pretty means really high grade. So when I went to dinner with them, I let them look at some of my red brown toners that I have, and some. And he was very impressed.
Yeah, the red browns, you know, the top pop coins and the super high grade coins that Michael.
I have another phone call
Oops,
coming in, so
I just knocked this one. Just a second, guys.
Jump back in. 1 minute.
I'm not sure what I did here. But yeah, real nice reds. Got some issues going on there. Oh, is that a lamination? Let's see here. Or a strike through, I meant. Just a second, guys. I'm gonna have to mute you for a minute. I gotta restart my microscope.
Sorry
Hey,
about that.
no problem. I need to mute you for or mute myself for just a second. I gotta get my camera, my microscope plugged back in for a second.
No problem.
All right, I'm back. My I have a nanny that is living sleeps over a lot, and
Okay.
we're
No
sick
problem.
right now. So I got a surprise visit just a minute ago. Luckily, I muted. So, and my microscope isn't working. So let me try hot plugging it. Sometimes just pulling the USB and plugging it back in will clear up some of these issues.
Yeah, the 54S rolls, I don't have too many of them, but I like to share with people that love the Lincoln. So I'm glad you enjoy it.
Yeah, that 54S's, I've been pretty lucky. I have quite a few rolls of them. Some of I wish I had all the rolls that I had, but unfortunately I had started seeing some of them tone, and so I would just get them out of the group of reds because you don't want them mixing. But yeah, this is a nice coin. It's got something going on though, like a lamination mark or something. Interesting.
Only if that Lincoln can talk, right?
Oh, I tell you.
6 years when that coin was made.
I always say that with my old photos because I got my family photos back to 1860, and you get a group shot where they're doing a picnic or something, or it's kind of like a family reunion of like 40, 50 people at a family picnic. I've got one from Tahoe National Forest, and they have two bears, when one's huge. It could be a grizzly, hard to tell in the photo, but they've just skinned them, and of course they're cooking them up, and the whole families are there, and so they've got all their wagons parked. The horses are all tethered in areas, or hobbled so they can't go too far, and all the little kids are playing, and oh gosh, it's like 1870, 1880s, and all their rifles are all lined up next to where the bearskins are all laid out, and oh, fabulous pictures. I've got some of the just crazy, crazy stuff. And they went through the redwoods and stuff, so all the places where like the drive-through tree was still around in the turn of the century, so I've got pictures of them driving their wagons through them, and then later driving their cars through them in like 1920. Pretty cool stuff. And if those photos could talk, I would just love it. Cool stuff. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's so much fun going through rolls from somebody else. I've gone through, for the last 5 years, all I've done is go through my BU rolls, probably even a little bit longer than that. And it's nice being able to see something from somebody else simply because it's from somebody else.
Yeah,
Wow, now look at all these polish marks.
yeah, I see that.
I actually really like these coins. They won't grade at all, but because eye appeal's gone. But I think it's so cool that the guys tried so hard to fix certain issues with the dies that you would see these dramatic polish lines. I even, if you go to my channel, the main picture on the top is showing some of these marks and the full bands on dimes and that kind of thing, because it was always something that I always really enjoyed seeing. It's not a good thing to see. It takes away from it being a high grade coin or a gradable high grade coin. Doesn't mean it's still not a higher grade. Just isn't gradable. But that's really cool. Yeah, the date, and that's the neat thing because the polished lines go right into the center of that 9.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Let me get a closer look here. Yeah, that's cool. It looks like there's a small die chip in the S. Very cool. Let me look at the motto. So, yeah, very, very neat. And again, I'm not touching the center of the coin, guys. I'm touching only the edge. Very careful on that. It's something I'm very, very careful of. Oh, some kind of muck on that one. Now, sometimes this is caused from when somebody originally went through the roll, or even when it was being rolled from the mint or the banks that ended up with them, or the companies that ended up with them that rolled them up for the banks. A little bit of grease, a little bit of wax, something from the papers, something from the machines ended up on the coin, and over years and years dried out on it. Interesting. And those wheat stalks are perfect. Very cool. So I'm about 10 coins into the roll so far. Oops, let me back out. Wow, that's a nice looking coin. Really clear fields. little bit of rubs on it, which isn't uncommon when these rolls stay inside the bank wrappers or a tube for 20 plus years. You start seeing some of these issues, and I'll show you guys. Let's see here. I'm not going to do it on this one. Let me pull a memorial really quick and show you guys something interesting. Now, I sent off this coins to, not this exact coin, but a coin to get graded. Oh, I thought it was completely flawless. It certainly looked it. And when I got it back, I got a low grade. It's 65 or it might have been a 66, but I think it was a 65. And what had happened was right on the corners here of the steps, and all the edges of all the points here had rubs, little tiny glossy spots. And it's from the rolls jiggling over years and years and wearing that part down. So it was actually like a rub. But let's see, I forget what I had come up with for a technical term for that. But the coins lost all their value because of that. Because when you store these rolls, you don't want them in a drawer. You don't want them in a shelf that is the same wall as like a dishwasher, a dryer, a washing machine, something like that on the other side of the wall. Over years will affect these coins dramatically. So that's something a lot of people don't think of. You got to think of what's on the other wall of the shelf that I'm storing the boxes of coins or my rolls of coins. And I show you guys that I have a whole bunch in drawers, and normally that one drawer is opened. I don't close it very much, but it's a soft closing glide, so it can't close hard, which is great because that'll cause these issues over years of time. And yeah, I've had some of those in for a couple years now, but they're about to go in boxes on a solid shelf that has no vibration. Hector, how you doing, Hector? Oh, you've been in here for a few minutes. Sorry about that. Going through a couple coin rolls that Majestic sent me, just to be a nice guy. And Majestic, just so you know, I always look at other people's coins and help them with the grades and stuff. You don't have to pay me for it or give me something for it. I'm more than happy to do it because I just enjoy coins so much. And it's what I do. Always trying to help decipher grades or reasons for issues or...
Yeah, I took a better picture of the 36, so I'm going to send you the uppers and reverse of the 36 instead of it being like in a video. So I'll send you 2 pictures of that. Tell me what you think about it.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Most of the camera phones do pretty good pictures. Just make sure you're using the higher megapixel camera.
Oh yeah, I'm very clear.
Yeah, and close-ups are good, especially of any questionable areas or areas with marks, so I can see exactly what's there. And that's why I explained so much detail in that one coin, because I wanted you to know what it was I was looking at. And I'll go over that for everybody. When I go over Lincoln Penny, the first thing I look at is I separate areas. The fields are separated. The devices are separated. The devices being Lincoln or Monticello or the wheat and the writing. I also separate the letters, the words, and the date is separate. And I look over this stuff really hard up close. I don't go, the magnification that I use is 4 to 6 times. I don't go higher than that. When you're grading a coin for somebody that just wants to know what's there, you want that grade to represent what PCGS or NGC would see. And I forget what they use. I think it's like 7 or I don't think it's 10. I think it's less than 10. The one I use is it's a real large magnifying glass for a camera. It's a macro lens. It's an add-on lens, and it allows me to be able to see so much easier. It relieves my eye because, well, let's see, should have it right here. But it's so much easier to do it that way. Here it is. Let me change my cameras. Because of doing it that way, I'm able to go through a whole bunch of pennies really fast. And so there it is. It's not even a high grade lens, and it's dirty because it's been sitting in a dusty area, but it's glass lenses that I clean with camera lens cleaner. But when I look at a coin, I mean, it gives great magnification. I mean, I can really zoom in on this coin. And I know it's out of focus for you guys, but it's not for me when I look at it. But it's about this size. So, great way of going. And this actually is a lens that goes on my 4K camera that most of my videos are made from, and allows me to zoom up so close that I can zoom in on only the circle of the 9 in the date and not see anything outside of that circle in the 9. I mean, crazy, outrageous magnification.
Can you buy that individually?
Yeah, these are available for about 30 or 40 bucks. And they may have cheaper ones. Just make sure it's real glass. That's the secret. Try not to use some of the Asian brands, get kind of cheap and aren't as accurate. So you want one of the better. This is a brand that does a lot of the filters and stuff for higher end cameras. So it's a better brand. It is Japan, but better brand, better glass.
I like them. You email me what that is so I can get one. I like that.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to it for Amazon. But yeah, stuff like this is really great. This adds on to into where the filter screws on my video camera and allows me to get so close to stuff. It's ridiculous. Of course, being that close does nothing good, but other than trying to decipher what something is, like on my, I have a 1830s half dime that had something inside the date, and it looked like the letter J, but a half dime, I should have realized, of course, there's no lettering that small in any of the minting that went on at that time, or any time really. But I was stuck that it was the letter J because it looked so solid, but it ended up being a metal flake that was inside the date. And I did end up being able to get it out of there. And a lot of people were very disappointed because there was a lot of people that looked at it and spent a lot of time trying to decipher what it was. Even had one person go through a bunch of books trying to figure it out, and felt kind of bad that I didn't spend a little bit more time and make sure that it wasn't something that didn't belong.
Yeah, that looks so much better than a loop. I like the way it's bigger.
Yeah, because it's here's actual size. Oops. I hate doing that. But yeah, that gives you an idea of actual size.
Oh yeah, I need to get one of them.
So, and they do make some this big that, have connectors so you can keep them on a chain around your neck so it's always right there at grasp. Those are nice. Once you get something like this and you see the quality of it, you learn which loops are good and which loops are bad, because there's so many loops out there for coins that are just garbage. So, and it doesn't take much. There's a few brands like this one's pretty good, and it gives a pretty good size loop. And the ones that I use for all my date checking and stuff, let's see, are $12 to $14, and they're made by Harris and Company. At the 10 times there, I've got a 14 or 16 as well. So
How many times the magnification on that camera lens?
4.
4 times.
Yeah, it's 4 times.
Okay.
But see, some of the ones, you can't always go by that on some of the cheaper ones because they just put what's selling the best. And so if you put a whole bunch of 10 times next to each other's and went coin by coin with them, you'd see that they vary a ton. So that's another reason for buying better brands, because they're more accurate with it.
Of course. Yeah, if you just email me that lens make, I'll just pick up one. I like it. It would do justice for me on my desk.
Yeah. Now, do you have a video camera?
Do I have a video camera?
Yeah.
No, Rich.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if you do, then I'd make sure that it fit your camera. Because these comes in different sizes. I'm looking at the camera that I use has a pretty good sized lens, and that's why that ended up the size it did.
To me, when you showed the coin, it was like perfect for me.
Oh yeah, and having true glass just gives the much sharper perspective. You can see much clearer things. Take your eye a second to focus, but with a proper lens like that, it's a lot quicker response for everything. So
Yeah, quicker is better for me.
quicker is better for most everything. Not everything, but most everything. And so I'll be putting these coins in this type of airtight.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's my 55, one of them. 55D. Has a couple little marks, but
I have some nice 55 teams. I like that date. I actually have quite a few. Probably in 6th or 7th grade. Really nice.
oh, cool.
I don't know what it is, but 55 is one of my favorite dates for some reason. I just love the way the 9 and the 5 and the 5 are. I like that date in the book. I have all types of toning 55, nice red 55. I try to buy up as much BU rolls of 55 as I can. So whenever I see them, I grab them.
Yeah, I do too. The 55s is, I've been collecting rolls of 1955 coins for a long time, and I think I have either 7 or 8 different coins now for putting together a mint set. I'm missing just a couple coins, but like I have the 55D quarters, which is a key date, and I'm missing the Phillies. So I'm getting really close to being able to put together full sets for my grandkids. And I was going to start selling some of them too.
Right now, I'm putting a tone-in set together. Oh, it's so nice. I have a lot of, like, I have a Ike, the quarter, the dime, the nickel, all with blue toning. And to get the same colors for all the coins is very difficult. Why I think it is because it's really hard to get the same kind of toning color that's going on with the coin and so many different varieties of coins. So that's what I've been putting together. So I'll make a video when it's all together. It's definitely big work. Oh, I'm a big toner guy. I like tone coins.
I have huge bags of toned coins. I had to keep the copper separate from everything else, but yeah, I've got the big gallon bag Ziplocs just completely packed full of toned coins, and I probably have 3 of them now completely full.
Nice.
Yeah, barely holds what's in there.
Yeah, I like the really nice original toning, high grade toning coins. I don't know. To the Orlando Fun Show, that I don't know what was going on with all the dealers, but the pricing for some of these toned coins were outrageous.
Well, they're become really popular. So yeah.
But the premium markup shouldn't be so high as what they had it because the coin itself was only really, even at high grade, the coin should be only worth about 200 bucks, and these guys were selling them for 800-900.
Yeah, and see, that's because some of the newbies don't know and will pay those ridiculous prices because they know that the tone coins are sought after, but they don't know it well enough to know the actual prices. So they're
exactly. And that's what was going on with me and the dealers at the fun show because I was really getting upset. I was like, listen, I collect tone coins in high grade. And I said, the prices that y'all are putting on these coins are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Plain ridiculous. I love my toners, and I'll pay top end for it and a high premium for it, but I'm not going to spend ridiculous prices that you have on these coins. That's insane.
Well, even when you have a coin like this one, it's when you get really high grades, 65, 66, it'll pull a grade for you to have that tone. So people are trying to get the 66 and 7s and then have this tone will get you up another grade. So a 67 with this on it turns into a 68. That's huge. I mean, top pop coin, possibly.
Uh-huh.
And top population coin, for those that you don't know, means highest graded at PCGS or NGC. And that's what Michael Kittle collects. And he had the Top Pop 1909 set for, I'm pretty sure it was all PCGS because I think that's where it was listed. I'm just not knowledgeable enough to know that it was 100% PCGS, but I'm pretty sure it was. I'm sure he'll ring in here in a minute.
He has some beautiful coinage.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
He had the Top Pop set for 1909 for like 6-7 years. I think it was even longer than that, but I know it was at least that long. That's crazy because I don't think those people normally keep those sets that long. because normally there's somebody fighting to beat you, and new coins are always coming in.
Y'all amazed me when I showed you the 1907 Indian cent. Both of you said, don't grade it. I had 3 experts look at that coin, and y'all were right. It had a lacquer finish on that coin, and I didn't see it right offhand. But then the experts really went in detail with me over what to look for now in them coins, and I'm so glad that I went there and got the education for it. So now I know what to look, because the older generation preserved the coin used to put lacquer finish on it to try to keep the preservation, I would say, I guess, from the coinage.
Yeah, and see that in some of the coin magazines at the time were telling people to do that. And it's sad because there was so much bad information that ruined some really serious coins. The one thing that did help is waxing the coin. You don't want to do that today because our waxes have so much crap in it. But if you've got the old wax stuff from the turn of the century and stuff, they waxed coins and left them in globs, and those coins that are getting popped out of some of those are their original color because they've had no air. Completely sealed because the wax goes right to the surface. But then you got to be careful too because heat, you got to have a really low heat melt point for that wax, because if you get it too hot, that can discolor it. So yeah, tricky stuff. But the ones that were successful, those coins that are being broke out, that are coins from the just prior to 1900, are absolutely the way they were at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael said yes, it was all PCGS, and I'm sure there's some out there that have the top from NGC where they do tend to give some higher grades, so there's probably higher grades, but I truly don't believe that PCGS's quality can be beat. Their grades are more consistent, more like the way I collect. A lot of the full steps, the full bands, and that kind of stuff vary quite a bit with NGC. And I've heard people say it goes both ways, and I have seen just a few coins, but I think they're more consistent at PCGS.
Give me 1 minute.
Yep, do what you need to do. Hey, young coin hunter, how you doing? Yeah, there's a lot of people looking for full sets of the rainbow toning or just crazy toning, monster toning. People are trying to fill full sets of those. So, yeah. And Michael Kittle says he bought a toned mercury dime from a local coin shop a while back for 11, sent it in and graded 67 and sold it for 750. Nice, Michael. See, now I wouldn't have been able to sell it, even knowing how much it's worth. I just love my toned coins too much. But Michael's coins, if you look on his website, there's a pretty good majority of his coins are toned and nice, really high-end grades. So pretty cool, pretty neat stuff. Be sure to check it out. Yeah, I've always felt that way, that PCGS is better on their grades. And their values too, and that's something I used to push a lot. NGC is getting better, but several years back, when I first got my 55 quarters roll, it was 1955D, and I was trying really hard to get a 67 because PCGS, if you and I think they only had one or two coins that were graded at the time, and if you had a MS67 1955D quarter, Denver, it was worth $15,000. Crazy money, and they were getting it. But if you had NGC, they valued their 67 coins at 1,500, 10% of what PCGS valued the coin. Now they've raised that up a bit, but they're still way off. But PCGS has also lowered that price because there's more coins now, so it's not as rare of a coin.
Doing pretty good, young coin hunter. Thanks for asking. Yeah, Michael Kittle has some fantastic stuff on his website. And he also has, let's see here, let me get back to this. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to mute you for a second, guys. Just a second. All right, guys, I'm going to put the shortcut in the chat. Michael Kittle is doing a auction today. Just a second, let me add some more information here. All right, if you check the chat, I've put the information for the coins. He's got a list of the coins that are going to be up for auction and some rough prices or expected prices. And it's Saturday, January 18th at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to be there, guys. He's got some and coins that start at really fair prices, low prices that everybody can afford, and rolls of pennies, some sets, some beautiful piece dollars, just a ton of stuff, and some higher grades. He has a $500 bill that's in there that's really special. A whole bunch of stuff. So do check that out. He has a preview video he did that will walk you through some of those pieces. and answer some of your questions. And I'm sure you can email him. Let's see if I have that better still. You can email him there at that. So just keep in mind, I'm sure his emails are pretty full. So please don't do general questions on him. Check his video for that. Cool. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, Majestic popped out. You still there? Majestic, can you hear me? Oh, Majestic's on the road, guys, so he's popped out a bit for a minute. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Hopefully, I'm not snoozing at that time. I'm a cat napper, and unfortunately, it's always at the worst times when I take my naps. But I've been streaming the last couple of days, so I haven't had my grandkids during the day, so I truly don't get but an hour or so a day, sometimes a couple hours. It's so funny because I've got a couple people trying to do trades with me right now. You hear me? Majestic? Still having audio issues. But yeah, I've got a couple people doing some trades with me right now, and it's funny because they sent me a couple emails in a row asking me about certain things, and it's like I really only have time on the weekends to look for stuff because once my grandkids are gone, I'm back flat in bed. And although there are a lot of my things at hand, I'm normally just exhausted trying to recoup and get some rest. I don't sleep much because I'm always uncomfortable, but it is what it is. Can you hear me, Majestic? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I just can't see.
Yeah, being on the road, that it makes it tough because you're going tower to tower and stuff. So
Yeah, it's very hard. I'm gonna hop down because in the morning time I'm a superintendent, so it's really hard. I have a lot of people calling me, so it's really messing it up.
yeah, what I'll do is I'll get a hold of you and we can pick a time that you're home, and I'll go through the rest of the role. And that way,
You don't have. You can go through the role yourself. It's fine. I sent it to you for you to enjoy. So enjoy it.
well, I appreciate that, but I'd have more fun sharing it with you. So yeah, it makes it more fun for me. Although I do dive into my own roles, I love I've got tons of the oh shoot the 55 Philadelphia's, possible error coins. I've got so many well, not so many. I probably have about 6 or 8 rolls left that I have not gone through. There could be errors, the big error in there, the key error, and I keep it for special times. And I've got tons of rolls, 69S and others that are really high values if you get that error. And it's a lot of fun to just hold on to them and keep them for special times. And of course, it's going to be frustrating if I end up with a $150,000-$200,000 coin that could have helped me out a lot through the years. But as long as I end up with it, I'm fine.
You never know. You never know. I'm sure I'm gonna send you more stuff. Because I see the thing with me is that I don't have anybody to really share my Lincoln experience with, especially here, because it's hard to find somebody down here that really takes time and looks at them and enjoys them the way I do. So I'm gonna share my experience with you because I know you love it. So you can expect some more stuff from me. I'm glad I'm thrilled that you enjoyed what I sent you. So, and I have a lot. So
That's great. Well,
you never know. We could probably find that coin together. You never know. I found a 1972 double die. Right. I went around and I was going to buy one. And you know what? The Lord put one right in my hand. That's just crazy how things life works that way. He put me a high grade one at that. So
oh, fantastic. That's what good karma does.
and I found one in a roll. I was like, unbelievable. So you never know what you find. And like they said, it's the thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, it really is. And that's I didn't do it this Christmas or New Year's, and normally that's what I save it for is the holidays. Once my grandkids leave and I catch up enough to start playing around again, I pulled those rolls, and it's funny because I get so excited. I start, my hands start to shake, or I start getting a little sweaty. It's like, you know what the possibility is, and that it's, like for my rolls, some of these rolls were collected in the late 50s. So that error could have been there and never seen. The person that collected a lot of the rolls, well, some of the rolls that I have for the older stuff, they collected it by the bank bag. I mean, huge lots of rolls. And so those rolls, although they ended up brown, still, it doesn't matter. You find one of those key errors. My gosh! In fact, let me see here.
Yeah, what I tell people that don't do coins, they're like, well, what did you get out of it? And I tell them, I said, you ever buy a scratch off ticket at the gas station, right? And you go and you get in your car and you have that scratch off and you have your coin in your hand, you're about to rub it off, and you get that feeling, and then when you scratch it off and you hit that number, and then all of a sudden you scratch the other end off, and then let's say $1,000. That's what it feels like for me. So
Yeah.
that's how I explain it to others that don't know anything about the coins or how the feeling is. That's the feeling I get from it. That's the
Well,
excitement.
a brown 55 double die is $7,000 for 60 MS65 brown. But if you're lucky enough to get 65 plus, it's $125,000 in red.
The 72.
The 55 double die.
Oh, that's mine. I don't have one, and I want one so bad. I don't care what grade it is. I want one.
Yeah, and see, people don't realize that in brown, yeah, you got to drop it down to, let's see here. Oh no, I take that back, because even at 20, it's $1,100. So that one's normally out of everybody's price range, but
You can pick up one of I think 58 or 1,500.
yeah, 1,500 will get you AU53.
Yeah, this one's 58. Kind of dropped the price a little bit because I do a lot of business with it.
Yeah, and in fact, I'm seeing AU58. There were 3 of them that sold for 1,500 just last year. Oh, even a 60 sold for 1,500. That one sold in 06 though, so that was quite a while back. But it happens. There's people in need of money, and that's why I tell people when you do eBay for the graded coins or coins that have a guaranteed return, because I don't buy or would not buy anything off of eBay unless it has a guaranteed return option. But there's a way of you go on late at night when people are trying to get it ready for the next morning and keep refreshing the page, do searches for just listed coins. And that's how I ended up finding some fantastic deals where people were willing to lose a third of the value because they wanted cash right now. And they were all buy it nows. And yeah, early in the mornings, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And just keep refreshing it and checking.
What site is it?
eBay.
Oh, on eBay.
Yeah. See, I bought on eBay tons about 4 or 5 years ago. I did it for about 8 years. And I was also selling on there. And the last, I think 4 years, but 3 years for sure, I hit 100 grand in my sales every year.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, but I was selling 40, 50, and $60 lots of BU silver. But I was selling it for spot and making a killing selling because I was outselling all the big guys that were selling and got myself up to be one of the big guys selling. And it was a lot of fun. Did good. I had some great buyers that were extremely faithful to me and would just wait for my lots to come up, and that made it really easy because I just hold a couple lots for them and then do one shipment and save us all in shipping. And yeah, well, I take that back because I was doing free shipping for those ones for most of it, but I was cherry picking all the coins and just replacing coins in my collection. 90% of it was Kennedy's, but I did have Franklin's and a few other coins that were high AU and stuff that I was doing. So it was a lot of fun. Oh, lost Majestic again, and he's probably out for the rest of this. Thank you, Majestic, for joining me. Roy Driscoll, hey, hello. Sorry I didn't catch you coming in. Yeah, it's funny how the penny that so many people just disregard. Those of us that know what it can be, like me, I've done really good selling them, and been collecting them since I was 5 or 6 years old, and just know how to take care of them, keep them from losing their beauty, their red high luster looks, and it's sad that I'm such a hoarder with them and have amassed so many, but since I'm like, I say 95% bedridden, but I'm able to move around a little bit. I just can't walk too long. So when my grandkids come over, and now it's almost every day each, during the week, I'm able to go downstairs into a lounge chair, and I spend my day with them in the lounge chair. But they bring their games to me and their toys, and I have help part of the week that is there to, help me when I need to not be doing quite so much, because lifting them up, my grandsons are tanks, so it's keeping me in shape, but also keeping me down at sometimes. But I wouldn't give that up for nothing. Worth $1 million to me, even more. And now I share my coins with them, and it's so funny because the baby, he's just 14 months, 15 months now, and he loves my Morgans in the airtights. He carries them around and walks around with them. Oop. Are you back up, Majestic? And it's funny because I've been sharing my coins with them since they were babies, old enough to hold them, just to get them to where they were used to having them around. And now the older ones truly appreciate them and have huge coin collections of their own. So, been pretty lucky.
Okay, Rich, I gotta hop off and get my day started.
Alrighty, thanks for jumping up there. I'm glad I sent you the email. I didn't think I'd catch you, but glad you made
No,
it.
I get up pretty early, so I go to bed early. I try to get to bed early because I get up so about 3, 4 in the morning. So, and then when I got in my vehicle, I seen you had sent me an email. So, let me jump up real quick, see if you're still on.
Well, I sure appreciate the rules, buddy. Thanks.
No problem. Enjoy it.
Have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy it.
Well, that was nice. And for those of you that are just now jumping on here, Majestic had given me a couple BU rolls, and one has really high grade coins in it. I saw MS66 with one of them, a 60D small date, and a 54S. And very, well, beyond nice of him to do that. Certainly wasn't necessary, but he will get coins and trade whether he wants them or not, because now I have his address, so he's stuck with what comes. But such a great hobby to share with people, and how neat that, helping him out, grade some coins and go over some coins with him. He just felt that he needed to send some rolls to me. So I ended up with the 60D and 54S. And the 60D just has, by the fourth coin down, I knew I had an MS66. So great coins. Pretty wonderful community we have. I watch a lot of other groups on YouTube. I have a pretty broad spectrum of interests. I collect lots of antiques and stuff, and have a lot of hobbies into a lot of different things, and most of them are really competitive. But the coin guys, they're so sharing and caring and kind, and always answering questions for people, and always helping out new collectors, young kids that are asking questions, and they take the time to not only answer their questions, but let them know that they're welcome to ask anytime, and welcome to their channels and their streams. And pretty cool. And sad that the government has caused issues for us to where we can't or aren't supposed to be having them up on the streams unless they're a certain age. And yeah, I think that's all crap. I wish that they'd keep their noses out of it, and if the parents of these kids are okay with them being on and are watching what they do, they should be allowed to be on whatever channel as long as it's appropriate. And there's nothing more appropriate for kids than a great hobby like coin collecting. But it is what it is. I see 7 of you still up here following me. I appreciate it. Michael, I see you there. Young Coin Hunter. Roy Driscoll. David Carlisle, I'm sure he's still there. I think I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream. It was really nice to get Majestic up here while I was showing off the rolls. I was hoping he'd see the stream because I titled it with him, but he didn't see that part. He only saw the email, so I'm glad I sent that email. And I didn't do that until partway into the stream. But I've never said that I'm a quick thinker, but luckily I realized it. And really neat that one of the people that came up on the chat, let's see if I can find their handle again, because it's a new handle to me. Periodically Silver. Somebody that I've used to chat with constantly back in the day. Well, just followed my videos hard and always gave me huge comments and stuff, which I loved because I'm always leaving big comments. And that person is back on under a new channel and was actually the very first person I ever sent coins to, and sent a large group of coins and a huge tons of coin wrappers and all kinds of stuff. And really sad that they ended up moving several weeks after I sent it, but my mail got lost before it never got to her or to them. And it's sad that 2 months later I got the package. In fact, it might have been longer than 2 months. It took forever to get that package back. And it was almost nearly punctured, had gone through a machine or something that chewed on it pretty hard. But luckily I still have all that stuff waiting for them, and now that they've contacted me again, it's going to be nice to get that to them. I love giving out like my old antique coin wrappers from 1919 and up. I have brochures and stuff from Steel Strong Coin Wrapping Company. They did banking supplies, money straps. They did steel trays for the bankers to keep all the rolls in. They did the trays that held the change in stacks or slots so they could give proper change for the bank tellers and that kind of stuff. And I just love banking supplies. It's one of my favorite things to collect, other than the coins themselves. And it's funny because when I was a kid, I was probably 10, and I stopped collecting coins. My mom was trying to bribe me with the coin rolls still, but I got into collecting the coin wrappers and stopped collecting coins for probably a year and a half. I was still collecting a little bit, but my interest was so stuck on the wrappers. I was so intrigued by them. And now those coin wrappers that I was collecting back then is what helps me, because I knew, when they first started making them and how long the production ran. So when I was buying coin rolls years later, I knew when people were putting the wrong years into the wrong wrappers. And that's what helped me so much on eBay, to know the shysters out there that were, and I shouldn't say that word because I'm not sure what that stems from, but the crooks out there that wrap coins in wrappers that they don't belong and call them something they're not, coins that they've completely gone through and aren't all VU or whatever the case may be. Or the worst one is the unsearched original bank wrapped rolls. Oh man, so many people pay so much money for those. And the worst part is, on some of them, I mean, every roll they have has a Mercury dime on the end or a Barber dime. And it's like, come on, guys. The banks never made those mistakes. The wrapping companies never made those mistakes. I mean, it's sad that people would think that. And then they spend $30, $40, $50 on these rolls. And it's like, that's one of the main reasons why I started making videos, was to share that information with people, because I saw it happening on eBay and it made me sick. And now have so much fun sharing all, my information that I have to share, and I learn stuff every single day because of the people on YouTube. And that's pretty cool to be a coin collector that has 50 years experience, and I'm still learning every day. Pretty awesome. Well, take care, everybody. Oops, got a new comment. Let me check here. Hey, Rick G. Prophet Coins, how you doing? Let's see here. Vandenberg Diamond, a bankrupt roll. Yeah, I know it does happen from time to time, but it's fairly rare, and it's not on the end. You find those in the middle of the roll, and that's something that happens. But the rolls, when it's one guy that has 50 rolls and they all have a Merc or Barber dime at one end, that's the one I'm talking about. I have a hard time with that, because and they call them unsearched. It's crap. It's like, if it was unsearched, there's no way they could have a Merc or Barber dime at the end of every roll, because somebody purposely did that. So right there is a partial searching. You can be guaranteed the coins that are in them were partially searched in the most minimum of, well, not most minimum, but absolutely had been searched. So those rolls just frustrate the heck out of me. Yeah, I figured it wasn't an ender. And I know I've seen that too from time to time. I've even gotten Canadian coins or foreign coins in them. And I think that's when the banks would roll them up, they would, put the coins on a table, rack the coins off the table into counters, plastic tubes that would count out the proper amount of coins, so they didn't have to physically count them. And then they'd walk that over to the wrapper and wrap the coins, or dump it into the bin and let it get wrapped. There were people at the banks, that's all they did was wrap coins. So, yeah, I can see that happening. And when you're dumping handfuls of coins into those little plastic holders to count the coin, it'd be pretty easy to have a Mercury dime or some foreign coin being at the bottom of that pile and you not seeing it. So, yeah, I understand that. Definitely a scam. Yep, 100% agree. So, and thank you, young coin hunter. I see your comment there too. Yeah, it's the one thing I definitely got is I have tons of stories and actually have a hard time keeping my mouth shut at times. But, oh, let's see. Michael Kittle said a guy in his coin club recently got one off of eBay that had Indian heads on both ends of the rolls, and all 48 in the middles were 40s and 50s of common circulated wheats after he opened it. And that's what 95% of those rolls are. I do believe that there's a couple percent that are out there that weren't done on purpose and they got good coins in them. And then there's like 3% that are true unsearched rolls. But those are few and far between, so beware. All right, guys. Thanks for hopping up here. Or I appreciate Majestic hopping up here and Super Silverman jumping up here. Appreciate it. I have to thank Majestic again for these wonderful rolls and giving me the coins to do this stream. Take care, everybody. Have a great day. Appreciate you for being here.